Chapter 12:11, He asked me to do it. Chapter 12:11, He asked me to do it. The eyes of that emperor from the dark sky sect remained open even until the moment of his death. Never had he imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to come back. After all, there were over 20 emperors here. Over 20. How could Yang Yi dare to come back? But Yang Yi had. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment and actually forgot to attack. Yang Yi waved his hand and stored the corpse that was just about to emit spirit energy. Presently, there were too many people here, so it was best to let Snowy absorb the spirit energy in secret. All of you intend to destroy my sword alliance. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, so long as all of you dare to come, then I'll definitely make it so that you never leave. Is that so? I, Xiao Tian, would like to see you do that. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky, and then a beam of golden light shot down from above. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above Yang Yi. At practically the exact same moment that the beam of golden light appeared, a ray of sword energy shot up into the sky and collided with it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then countless rays of golden energy and sword energy shot towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, a huge golden palm suddenly tore through the sky and instantly appeared above Yang Yi. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth while he drew his sword and swung it. A sword howl resounded as a ray of sword energy shot up into the sky. It was enhanced by Rebirth Realm Sword Intent. Once it was enhanced by Rebirth Realm Sword Intent, Yang Ye's sword energy was countless times stronger. Everywhere it passed, even space was instantly torn open. Hiss! The sword energy instantly slashed through the huge golden palm, and then it continued forward and shot towards the sky. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky, and then Xiao Tian's voice resounded right after that. What are all of you still standing there for? The others immediately recovered from their shock when they heard him, and they were about to attack. However, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Their faces sank when they saw him vanish. It wasn't that they refused to pursue him, he was too swift. He was swift to the point they couldn't catch up at all. A ray of golden light flashed, and Xiao Tian appeared here. Xiao Tian clenched his fists as he looked up at the sky, and his face was horrifyingly gloomy. Yang Yi had trespassed into the dark sky sect, killed 2 of its emperors in succession, and swaggered off. It could be said that the dark sky sect's reputation was destroyed. But that wasn't the end of it. Most importantly, he, the sect master, was the last remaining emperor in the dark sky sect. Even if they could crush the Sword Alliance, the dark sky sect would be reduced to a second-rate power. Xiao Tian closed his eyes. At this moment, Yang Yi was the one he wanted to kill the most, and it was actually the deceased Yuan Tianyi. The Dark Sky sect didn't have to go head-on against the Sword Alliance, because he'd asked Yuan Tianyi to resolve the enmity between them and the Sword Alliance that day. After all, there wasn't much conflict of interest between them and the Sword Alliance. However, Yuan Tianyi had chosen to fight the Sword Alliance to the death for his granddaughter's sake. Not only had it caused the Dark Sky sect to lose many emperors, it had caused Yuan Tianyi's own death, and even made the Dark Sky sect into a second-rate power. But all of this could have been avoided. Suddenly, a gray-robed old man appeared here. The World Devastator cult. Xiao Tian opened his eyes and gazed at the old man. You were hiding in the shadows from the very beginning. Why didn't you do anything? The old man replied, Sect Master Xiao, I understand how you feel. But I hope that you understand that even I hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to attack the Dark Sky sect. I was caught off guard as well. Meanwhile, Dugu Tianwei spoke abruptly. The World Devastator cult wants us to crush the Sword Alliance yet stays in the shadows. Are you trying to make use of us as cannon fodder? The others gazed at the gray-robed old man as well. If it was before this, they would definitely not act so aggressively. But now that they'd witnessed how terrifying Yang Yi was, they were extremely displeased that the World Devastator cult hadn't sent any of its experts. Because it was the World Devastator cult that wanted to crush the Sword Alliance, but it made them fight the Sword Alliance to the death. Earlier, all of them felt that crushing the Sword Alliance wasn't a big deal at all. After all, they formed a group of over 20 emperors. But the Sword Alliance only had a few emperors. Yet now, they realized that even if they could crush the Sword Alliance, they would probably suffer heavy losses. Because Yang Yi was too terrifying. No one was willing to face him. The gray-robed old man glanced at Dugu Tianwei and said, "City Governor Dugu, my World Devastator cult has no intention to use all of you. I presume that Vice Sect Master Yuan told all of you that Yang Yi might be backed by someone. Now, allow me to tell all of you clearly that it isn't just likely. Yang Yi is definitely backed by someone." The experts of my World Devastator cult noticed that an extremely mysterious expert has been staying by Yang Ye's side. However, that expert seems to have noticed us when we noticed him. So, that expert has hidden himself. But we are certain that expert is definitely hiding in the shadows and waiting for the right moment to act. Xiao Tian frowned. There are other powers on the continent? Of course. The gray-robed old man glanced at them and said, "Everyone. Even though the continent has suffered decline, don't forget that our continent was once a medium world. At that time, there were countless sects and clans. While many have vanished, vanishing doesn't represent destruction. Many sects and clans have survived until now, but most have chosen to live in seclusion. My World Devastator cult was like that in the past, but we rejoin in the affairs of the world." The others revealed solemn expressions when they heard this. They thought that they were the top powers of the continent, but now it would seem like it wasn't the case. The gray-robed old man added, "All of you think that this is my World Devastator cult's business. But allow me to ask all of you something. Once the Sword Alliance is allowed to rise to power, then what would all of you do if conflict arises between you and the Sword Alliance? Just like Doomsday City, would you have the ability to resist the Sword Alliance? If I'm to be honest, all of you would probably be unable to resist it even if you joined forces. Not to mention anything else. Just that fellow, Yang Yi, alone is sufficient to put all of you in a terrible situation." They fell silent. The gray-robed man glanced at them and continued, "The resources on the continent are currently being split between us. Do all of you wish for a third party to interfere in that? If you don't wish for that to happen, then you only have a single choice, and it's to join forces and crush both the Sword Alliance and the mysterious power standing behind it." A long moment of silence ensued before Xiao Tian spoke abruptly. "Have you finished investigating the power standing behind Yang Yi?" The old man shook his head. "My World Devastator cult is aware of some clans and sects that are living in seclusion, but it isn't any one of them. The power standing behind Yang Yi is just like him. Both are extremely mysterious. However, there's no need to be fearful. My World Devastator cult will deal with the power standing behind Yang Yi, and all of you just have to deal with the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance isn't a huge deal. But that fellow, Yang Yi," Xiao Tian spoke solemnly, "his strength is too monstrous. None of us is able to fight him." The gray-robed old man replied, "Don't worry, there'll naturally be someone to deal with him." Xiao Tian asked, "Who?" A smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. "You'll know when the time comes. All of you rest tonight and set out for the Sword Alliance in 2 days from now. Remember that as a preventative measure against Yang Ye's surprise attacks, all of you have to be on guard at all times from now on." Xiao Tian frowned. "Why aren't we setting out now?" The old man looked up at the sky and said, "Because the person who'll deal with Yang Yi needs 2 days to get here." At a mountain range a few thousand kilometers away from the Dark Sky sect, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a huge, smooth rock by the side of a lake. The corpses of 2 emperors that Snowy had finished absorbing spirit energy from were lying in front of Yang Yi. Refining the corpses of emperors wasn't difficult for Yang Yi anymore. After just 2 hours, both the corpses had been refined into sword servants. From this moment onwards, Yang Yi had 11 Emperor Realm sword servants with him. If the sword servant by Yi Liuyun's side was included, then he had a total of 12 Emperor Realm sword servants. But Yang Yi knew that it was far from sufficient. Not to mention the World Devastator cult, just the joint forces of the Dark Sky sect and the other powers greatly outnumbers the number of emperors that the Sword Alliance possessed. If the World Devastator cult was included, then the Sword Alliance wouldn't have even the slightest advantage over them. That was why he wanted Jin Su to contact the experts who once belonged to the Sword God's palace. It couldn't be helped. The Sword Alliance was weak, and it couldn't defeat the joint forces of the World Devastator cult and the other powers with just those few emperors it possessed, especially the World Devastator cult. It had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg when it came to its strength. Yang Yi glanced at the sword servants before him, waved his right hand, and put them away. After that, he patted his chest and Snowy's head instantly emerged from there. Yang Yi stretched out his palm. Snowy blinked before holding Yang Ye's hand and rubbing her head gently against the center of his palm. After that, she waved her right claw, and a small hill of violet crystals appeared before Yang Yi. Over 20,000 violet crystals. Yang Yi sighed endlessly with emotion as he gazed at the hill of violet crystals. When he'd just arrived at Dark Hell Continent, violet crystals were like the stars in the sky. Yet now, they were no different than rocks to him. Yang Yi shook his head and put them away. Meanwhile, 6 rays of light flashed by, and then Jian Su and 5 other old men appeared in front of Yang Yi. An old man who carried a sword on his back walked over to Yang Yi and asked, "You're the founding ancestor's successor?" Yang Yi nodded. Was he Jian Wuji's successor? Actually, it depended on him. If he wanted to be it, then he was. If he didn't want to, then he wasn't. Now, he wanted it. The old man asked, "Where's your proof?" Yang Yi took a step forward, and then it was like a million mountains were descending towards the old man. The old man moved backwards repeatedly, and he only stopped after traveling over 50 back. Sword intent above the void rank. All 5 of them gasped, and their eyes were filled with shock. They exchanged glances, and then the old man with the sword on his back said, "Why have you summoned us?" Yang Yi replied, "Sword cultivation is waning. I intend to allow sword cultivation to prosper once more." The old man asked, "Why isn't your goal to rebuild the sword god's palace?" Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes and said, "Why can't you look a little further?" The old man asked in a low voice, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, "I want the entire universe to respect us sword cultivators." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at the 5 old men and continued, "Right? It's Senior Jian Wuji's desire as well. He asked me to do it." Chapter 12:12 The Sword God's Seal. Chapter 12:12 The Sword God's Seal. All 5 of them were emperors, and they possessed void rank sword intent. Such experts were definitely proud. So, asking them to willingly follow Yang Yi? That wasn't realistic at all. The only way was to use Jian Wuji's name. Because he noticed that they were extremely respectful towards Jian Wuji, so if it was Jian Wuji's last words, then they would definitely obey it. Sure enough, their gazes towards Yang Yi had grown much gentler when they heard him. As for Jian Su, there was a trace of doubt in his eyes as he glanced at Yang Yi. He still remembered Yang Yi telling him that Jian Wuji hadn't left a projection of his consciousness on Godfall Mountain. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and bowed slightly in the direction of Godfall Mountain, and his face was covered in a respectful expression. "Senior Jian Wuji, I, Yang Yi, will complete your dying wish even if I die trying." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Ye's face was covered in resolve and seemed as if he was ready to die trying. Their gazes towards Yang Yi grew even gentler when they heard this. Yang Yi suddenly turned around to look at them, and then he bowed slightly to them. "Seniors, sword cultivation is waning in the world. My strength isn't sufficient to turn the situation around, so I hope that you'll be able to help me. Let's complete Senior Jian Wuji's last wish together, and let's allow sword cultivation to be respected throughout the universe." They exchanged glances. In the end, the old man with a sword on his back nodded. "Your natural talent is extraordinary and have attained sword intent above the void rank at such a young age. No wonder the founding ancestor chose you as his successor. Since you're the founding ancestor's successor and have attained sword intent above the void rank that reigns supreme over the entire continent, it's a matter of course for you to be the master of our sword god's palace. From this moment onward, I, Jin Feng, pledge my life to you." He bowed respectfully to Yang Yi while he spoke. "I, Jin Lin, pledge my life to the palace master. I, Jin Kai, pledge my life to the palace master. I, Jin Min, pledge my life to the palace master. I, Jin Ming, pledge my life to the palace master." The others bowed respectfully with Yang Yi and spoke respectfully as well. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. With the 5 of them on his side, the Sword Alliance's overall strength had multiplied a few times at the very least. Yang Yi nodded slightly and asked, "All of you have the sword as your surname?" Meanwhile, Jinwu said, "Of course not. The reason their surname represents the sword is because it's a rule of the Sword God's Palace. Anyone who attained the Emperor realm and possessed void rank sword intent would be given the Jian surname. It's considered as a rank of seniority. Those with the surname Jian are ranked at the 2nd position in seniority throughout the Sword God's Palace." Yang Yi was curious. "What about the first?" Jian Su smiled. "The first is the Palace Master, the one and only Palace Master, and it's you right now." Yang Yi rubbed his nose and felt slightly amused. He hadn't expected himself to become the most senior existence in the Sword God's Palace. However, it was a good thing to him. Jian Su suddenly spoke. "Right? While you can be considered as the Palace Master of the Sword God's Palace, you need one thing in order to truly deserve your position." Yang Yi asked, "What?" "The Sword God Seal." There was a trace of seriousness in Jian Su's eyes when he spoke up to this point. "It's a treasure above the Emperor rank. In other words, it's a precious treasure at the Void rank. Its status and strength in our Sword God's Palace is only inferior to the Stellar Sword Diagram. The Stellar Sword Diagram is a treasure that the founding ancestor created, but the Sword God's Seal has been the token of authority for the Sword God's Palace's master from long before that. So, you must obtain it." Yang Yi was quite puzzled. "Why must I obtain it?" "Because only then would many acknowledge you as the Palace Master, especially the old seniors of the palace." Jian Feng spoke abruptly. "We're naturally not the only ones from the Sword God's Palace that survived all those years ago. However, some seniors only recognize the seal and nothing else. Because according to the ancestral teachings of the Sword God's Palace, only one who possesses the Sword God's seal is the Palace Master. Actually, that treasure will be extremely helpful to you." Meanwhile, Jian Su said, "It's a precious treasure at the Void rank. If you possess it, it's able to improve the strength of your sword energy and sword intent by at least 3 times for a certain period of time." 3 times. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. What did that represent? He possessed Rebirth Realm sword intent right now. If its strength were to improve by 3 times. If he executed the true form of Heavenrend while his sword intent strength was improved by 3 times. Yang Yi didn't dare to continue down this line of thought because it was truly too insane. Jian Su continued, "Besides that, if you possess it, then you can rely on it to execute the Sky Eradicator sword formation that the first founding ancestor placed within it. Everything in an area of 50,000 kilometers will be eradicated once it's activated. Before the Stellar Sword Diagram was created, it was the #1 treasure of the entire continent. The Sword God Seal, the Stellar Sword Diagram, they're both mine, all mine." Yang Yi clenched his fists. Regardless of whether it was the Sword God's Seal or the Stellar Sword Diagram, he had to work hard to obtain them, because they were extremely useful to him. Even though he didn't approve of relying on external sources of strength, only a fool would intentionally avoid using all treasures. Of course, he wouldn't allow himself to rely on them. Yang Yi gazed at Jian Su. "Where is it?" Jian Su pondered deeply for a moment and said, "The ruins of the Sword God's Palace." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why haven't all of you gone to get it?" Jian Su replied, "We can't, nor do we dare to." Yang Yi grew even more puzzled. "Why?" The 6 of them exchanged glances and saw a trace of fear and seriousness in each other's eyes. A moment of silence ensued before Jian Su spoke. That existence said that all sword cultivators are prohibited from stepping foot into the sea around the Sword God's Palace. That's exactly why sword cultivation has gradually waned on the continent. Because the best inheritances and techniques in sword cultivation are in the ruins of the Sword God's Palace. Yang Yi spoke seriously. "Who's that person?" "I don't know." Jian Su shook his head. "But that person is definitely still on the continent. Because sword cultivators headed to the ruins in the past, but they never came back." Yang Ye's brows knit slightly together. How strong is the enmity that person feels towards the Sword God's Palace? Not only has the entire Sword God's Palace been destroyed, nor sword cultivators are allowed to go close. We were useless. Meanwhile, Jin Su shook his head. If the founding ancestor was still here, then would anyone dare to bully our sword god's palace? The others remained silent. That person who destroyed the sword god's palace was extremely strong indeed. But if Jin Wuji was still alive, then could that person still destroy the sword god's palace? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Accepting these experts from the sword god's palace was equivalent to accepting the enmity between the sword god's palace and that mysterious expert. It could be said that he might be in great trouble in the future. However, he wasn't afraid. While he didn't want to get himself into trouble, if that person was still incapable of letting go of the enmity from all those years ago, then it would be just as he'd said before. It was just a person like him, and he wasn't afraid. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a few moments before he asked, "Sword cultivators can't head there, but others are probably able to go there, right?" Jin Su nodded. Many people on the continent who aren't sword cultivators head there frequently. However, the sword god's palace has countless defensive sword formations, so even emperors can dream of going far. It can be said that the ruins are still intact. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "You spoke of the seal because you want me to make a trip to the ruins, right? Of course, I know that all of you have no intention to harm me, but I just want to know the true reason for this." Jin Su and the others exchanged glances before they bowed slightly to Yang Yi, and then Jin Su spoke. When the sword god's palace was destroyed, that expert once said that no sword cultivators are allowed to step foot onto the ruins of the sword god's palace. That isn't just an eternal humiliation to us from the sword god's palace, it's a humiliation to all the sword cultivators of the continent. We old fellows know that we don't have the strength to resist that person, but you do. You're still young, yet you already possess sword intent above the void rank. I believe that the day will come when you become a peerless expert, just like the founding ancestor. If that day comes, we hope that you'll be able to lead us to rebuild the sword god's palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Su and the others bowed once more to Yang Yi. There was a trace of complicated emotions in Yang Ye's eyes as he gazed at Jin Su and the others. All of them still carry strong attachment to the sword god's palace even until now. But it made sense because a sect was actually like home to some. Even if home was gone, one's feelings towards it would still persist. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and grinned. "Seniors, I've obtained Senior Jin Wuji's inheritance, and I've even asked all of you to help me. So, I've naturally accepted the enmity of the sword god's palace from all those years ago. Don't worry, I'll go to the ruins. Trust me, it won't be too long from now, or I should say that it'll be very soon." Not only did they reveal no happiness from hearing what Yang Yi had said, their expressions had changed. Jin Su hurriedly said, "Don't be rash. We don't want you to go there right now. We just hope that you'll go there once you've become stronger. We know that you're extremely strong right now, and even we are no match for you. However, that expert isn't someone you can rival right now. Understand?" Jin Feng and the others hurriedly nodded and displayed their agreement. Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry, I won't do something that's beyond my ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around to look at the direction of the Dark Sky sect. However, the important matter at hand is to deal with the World Devastator cult and those other powers. The World Devastator cult can't be underestimated. Jin Feng spoke solemnly. It was just a small power all those years ago, but it has grown now. Their true strength has always been a mystery. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. "It won't be a mystery once I'm done with them." Meanwhile, Jin Su said, "Right. I hope that you'll personally make a trip to meet someone." Yang Yi asked, "Who?" "The #1 sword formation master on the continent and the #1 sword cultivator on the continent before you appeared." Jin Su continued, "If we gain her help, then our chances of winning the battle will definitely be much greater. However, that person is quite stubborn and only acknowledged the sword god's seal. So, I hope you'll make the trip yourself." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he gazed at Jin Feng. "Senior Jin Feng, I need your help to do something. This is what I need." A short while later, Jin Feng said, "You're going to abandon Doomsday City?" Yang Yi shook his head. "The best defense is offense. I can't allow them to take control of the entire situation. I have to take control of the battle." Jin Feng and the others exchanged glances. and then they nodded before Jianfeng spoke. Don't worry. We'll get it done. As soon as he finished speaking, the five of them vanished on the spot. Once they left, Yang Yi gazed at Jiansu and said, let's go and see that number 1 sword formation master on the continent and the number 1 sword cultivator on the continent before me. Chapter 12:13 here for Yang Ye's head. Chapter 12:13 here for Yang Ye's head. Jiansu brought Yang Yi to a bamboo forest. An expanse of tens of thousands of kilometers in the distance were filled with bamboo that were over 100 m tall. The bamboo forest instantly started to move like a wave when wind blew against it, and it seemed like a wavy ocean of bamboo. This place is absolutely remote and secluded. Yang Yi spoke softly as he gazed at the ocean of bamboo. At this moment, they were in the depths of a few intersecting mountain ranges, and this bamboo forest was surrounded by mountains that towered into the clouds. If one didn't scan the area intentionally while flying in the sky, it would be utterly impossible to notice the bamboo ocean. How else would one live in seclusion from the world? Jiansu grinned and said, let's head in. Yang Yi asked, we aren't flying in? Jiansu smiled. You failed to see properly this time. Look properly. Yang Yi was stunned. He turned around and gazed at the bamboo ocean. A short while passed before he frowned. Sword intent is hidden within the bamboo. It's a sword formation? Jiansu nodded. This ocean of bamboo that covers this area of tens of thousands of kilometers is actually a sword formation. An emperor once tried to get through by force and was instantly minced into bits. Of course, you have no need to fear it. But we aren't here to cause trouble. Yang Yi smiled, of course. Just like that, both of them started walking along a gravel path towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Yang Yi was sizing up the surroundings incessantly. In the beginning, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but now that he'd started to observe it carefully, he noticed that every single bamboo here was like a sword. Moreover, the leaves on the bamboo had actually started to spin once they stepped into the bamboo forest. Countless leaves were spinning and caused rustling to resound throughout the surroundings. Yang Yi said, it doesn't seem quite friendly to us. Jiansu replied, it's fine, that's pretty normal. The formation will be automatically activated once someone enters it. It won't attack us if we don't attack or act rashly. Yang Yi asked, are you sure? Jiansu nodded, of course, I'm come twice. Suddenly, one of the bamboo stalks not too far away from them had started to spin. A moment later, its leaves suddenly transformed into rays of light that shot towards Yang Yi and Jiansu. Jiansu's face froze. Yang Yi pressed his index and middle fingers together before tapping them forward. The rays of light instantly dispersed while a few dozen leaves appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi grabbed them, but Jiansu suddenly stopped him when he was about to launch an attack. Jiansu said, that should have been an accident. Yang Yi glanced at Jiansu and replied, I hope so. Jiansu nodded. Let's walk faster. They had just started walking again when all the bamboo around them had started to spin on the spot. Moreover, numerous stalks of bamboo had suddenly appeared ahead of them on the gravel path. Jiansu's face became slightly unsightly at the sight of this. After all, it was like a slap to his face. Yang Yi asked Jiansu, am I not welcome here, or are you? Jiansu hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not very sure as well. Yang Yi asked, how's your relationship with that person? Jiansu replied, not very good. Yang Ye's face darkened. He'd thought that Jiansu was friends with that number 1 sword formation master, but this fellow actually told him that they didn't have a very good relationship. Yang Yi shook his head and said, let me break through this formation first. What high-sounding sentiments. Suddenly, the dense bamboo forest split apart, and then a woman with a green sword appeared within their fields of vision. The woman had a graceful figure and a pretty appearance, but her eyes were icy cold, and it gave others the feeling that they should keep away. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her, and then he spoke with astonishment, Zhu Yao, what are you doing here? The woman's beautiful brows were pressed together slightly. You know my older sister? Your older sister? Yang Yi was stunned. You're not Zhu Yao? She frowned. Answer me. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, I do know her. She's with me right now. With you? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. A mere saint? How could my older sister possibly take a liking to you? Yang Ye's face stiffened. Meanwhile, Jinsu said, he means that she's a subordinate of his. All right, little girl, we're here to see your master. Go report our arrival. The woman spoke coldly. Is my master someone you can meet just because you want to? Jinsu intended to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly said, Senior Jinsu, let's just use my way. As he spoke, Yang Yi took a step forward. In an instant, a strand of terrifying sword intent suddenly appeared in the surroundings. As soon as it did appear, the woman's expression changed drastically. She moved backwards repeatedly and only stopped after moving around 1 kilometer back. As for the bamboo ocean in the surroundings, they started trembling at this moment, and numerous sword howls resounded incessantly from them. They were shivering. The woman gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment and wasn't able to speak coherently. You. Yang Yi paid no attention to her. He just looked towards the depth of the ocean of bamboos. Senior, if you wanted to probe me, then I presume you've achieved your goal. So I wonder if you're willing to meet? Meanwhile, Jinsu said, Jinji, we've already acknowledged Yang Yi as the current palace master of our sword god's palace. Are you refusing to meet even the palace master of the sword god's palace? A moment of silence ensued before a voice suddenly resounded from afar. The palace master? How laughable. He dares to call himself the palace master without the sword god's seal? Jinsu, I've told you before. I acknowledge the seal and nothing else. You want me to help? Sure. Bring the sword god's seal. Jinsu's face fell. He was about to speak when Yang Yi waved his hand and said, Senior Jinsu, don't say anything else. Let's just leave. You. Jinsu gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to give up so quickly. Yang Yi glanced towards the depths of the bamboo forest and said, I have no need for such stubborn old fellows. How dare you insult my master? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly shouted with fury. However, she'd only just finished speaking when Yang Yi suddenly appeared before her. After that, a sword was pressed against the center of her forehead. Yang Yi gazed at the woman who had astonishment covering her face. A temper is something you can have, but it should be established on the foundation of sufficient strength. If you don't have sufficient strength, then it's best to keep your temper in check. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure flashed and returned to where he stood earlier. After that, he gazed at Jinsu and said, Let's go. You think you can come and go as you please? It isn't that easy. Meanwhile, a furious shout resounded from the depths of the bamboo ocean, and then all the bamboo around Yang Yi and Jinsu started to spin. After that, the leaves on them transformed into rays of light that shot towards Yang Yi and Jinsu. Jinsu revealed a slightly solemn expression at the sight of this, because he noticed that the leaves had actually overlapped on each other once they arrived before him and Yang Yi. Once they overlapped, the rays of light overlapped as well. At this moment, every single ray of light in front of him and Yang Yi were a product of at least 1,000 of the previous rays of light that were overlapped together. Jinsu placed his hand on the sword that hung on his waist, and he was about to attack. However, Yang Yi took a step forward. As soon as he did that, a strand of sword intent appeared out of thin air, and then a shocking scene occurred around them. The rays of light around them actually stopped, and then they dispersed before the leaves fell to the ground. Rebirth Realm Sword Intent. Absolute Suppression. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp sword howl resounded from the depths of the bamboo ocean. In next to no time, a ray of light shot out from there, and it arrived before Yang Yi in an instant. However, Yang Yi didn't dodge and just allowed it to strike him. The woman watched with astonishment as it shot into Yang Yi's body, and then nothing happened. It was like the ray of light had never been there. Jinsu said, Jinji, don't waste your strength. His sword intent is above the void rank. Unless your sword intent surpasses the void rank as well, or you don't use a sword against him. Otherwise, he's practically invincible before you. Meanwhile, an old man in blue robes walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest. The woman hurriedly went over to greet the old man, Master. The old man nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. I never expected that after the founding ancestor, Another sword cultivator with sword intent above the void rank has appeared on the continent. Yang Yi said, so what if I possess sword intent above the void rank? Sword cultivation is waning, and no sword cultivator dares to step foot into the ruins of the sword god's palace. That's a disgrace of both the sword god's palace and all sword cultivators. I, Yang Yi, am ashamed to face Senior Jin Wuji. The old man pondered deeply for a short moment and said, it's not your fault. It is my fault. Yang Yi suddenly became agitated. It's because I'm too weak, and my reputation is insufficient. I'm unable to summon all the living survivors of the sword god's palace. Otherwise, we sword cultivators would definitely be able to rebuild the glory from all those years ago. Jinsu couldn't help but persuade Yang Yi. It really isn't your fault. No, it's my fault. Yang Yi clenched his fists and said, if I? All right. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly interrupted Yang Yi and said, stop trying to play such tricks with me. I just want to know why you're gathering all of us. Even though I suspect that you want to use us, I have to say that your goals are in line with ours. Moreover, you really are the only one capable of reviving the path of sword cultivation on the continent. No, not at all. Yang Yi hurriedly spoke humbly. I need the full support of all of you seniors in order to revive the path of sword cultivation on the continent. My strength isn't sufficient to accomplish that. The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, I can follow you, but I have a condition. Yang Yi spoke seriously. Go on. The old man spoke seriously. Get back the sword god's seal. It's the symbol of our sword god's palace, and it must be reclaimed. I know that it's very difficult, but I believe that the day you're able to head to the ruins of the sword god's palace will definitely come. No problem. Yang Yi answered without the slightest hesitation. He was definitely going to the ruins of the sword god's palace, because the stellar sword diagram might be there. The old man nodded and said, then let's go set up a sword formation at Doomsday City first. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Perfect. The four of them transformed into rays of light that vanished into the sky. Doomsday City. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was growing darker. Outside Doomsday City, a man with hair that hung down to his waist was holding a bloody head as he walked slowly towards Doomsday City. A cultivator from the Sword Alliance shouted from atop the city walls, "Stop right there." The long-haired man stopped, and then he tilted his head upwards to look up the city wall. A moment later, he tossed the head in his hand away, but just a moment passed before another head had appeared in his hand. The head of that cultivator on the city wall was gone, and a pillar of blood was spraying like a fountain from his neck. Everyone else in the surroundings was shocked. The long-haired man cracked a smile. I'm called the Head Snatcher. I'm here for Yang Ye's head. Chapter 12:14 Grand Battle. Chapter 12:14 Grand Battle. The Head Snatcher. Yi Luyun had just arrived atop the city walls, and her expression changed drastically upon hearing that name. Yang Yi wasn't the first saint to kill an emperor. There had been two more before him, and one of them was the Head Snatcher. No one knew his real name, and all they did know was that he liked to take the heads of his enemies, and that was how he got his name. He was an existence that instilled extreme fear in the hearts of countless experts and powers. Because he was a freak. Not only was he a freak, his strength was absolutely abnormal. Yi Liyun's face was unsightly to the extreme. She'd never expected this freak to look for trouble with the Sword Alliance. After all, there was no conflict between the Sword Alliance and him, but it didn't take long for Yi Liyun to figure it out. While there was no conflict between them, there was conflict between the Sword Alliance and the World Devastator Cults group. In other words, it was very likely that the World Devastator Cult, or the Dark Sky Sect, had sent him here. This made Yi Liyun's face grow even more unsightly. She was naturally confident in Yang Ye's strength, but the Sword Alliance would be finished if the Head Snatched kept Yang Yi locked in combat. Even though the Sword Alliance's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, it was still too soon for the Sword Alliance to be able to go against the joint forces of those powers. Suddenly, the Head Snatcher gazed at Yi Liyun, causing her expression to change drastically. The Emperor Realm's sword servant by her side instantly appeared in front of her, but just a moment passed before its head instantly vanished, and that vanished head was in the head snatcher's grasp. He's killed that emperor in an instant. Everyone was astounded by this scene. The head snatcher glanced at the head in his hand, cracked a smile, and said, "Not a bad head." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a ray of light shot down from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above the head snatcher. A moment later, a head shot up into the air and collided with the ray of light. Bang! The light and head exploded simultaneously, and then they were obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, a man in green clothes appeared outside the city. "It's the sword master." Cheering instantly resounded from above the city walls when they saw the green-clothed man. Yi Luyun heaved a huge sigh of relief as well. Yang Yi was the Sword Alliance's pillar of support. So long as he was here, they would feel at ease. It was naturally not because Yang Yi possessed the air of a king or something like that. It was mainly because of his strength. After they watched Yang Yi kill 5 emperors in succession, he was practically like a god to them. Once she saw him arrive here, Yi Luyun turned and looked towards the distance. Qin Zhuyao and the others were there. They had been about to attack just now, but Yang Yi had arrived, so they discarded the thought. Yi Luyun nodded slightly to them. Qin Zhuyao understood what Yi Luyun meant and instantly vanished along with the others. Yang Yi gazed at the head snatcher as he stood outside the city. He didn't waste his breath and instantly drew his sword. A ray of sword energy shot forward and instantly arrived before the head snatcher. The head snatcher stretched his hand forward and clawed. Yang Ye's sword energy instantly shattered and was obliterated. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to attack when 21 terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the sky above Doomsday City. After that, 21 figures appeared there. 21 emperors. The expressions of everyone in Doomsday City changed drastically. At this moment, their hearts collapsed. After all, it was 21 emperors. Amongst all the experts of the Sword Alliance within the city, only Qin Zhuyao and those other sword cultivators had the ability to fight emperors. Yang Yi could fight a few on his own, but Yang Yi was locked in combat with the head snatcher. Moreover, even if the head snatcher wasn't there, it was impossible for Yang Yi to fight 21 emperors. What should we do? That was the thought that had appeared within all their minds. Yi Luyun clenched her fists. Even though she seemed to be calm and composed on the surface, she felt lost just like everyone else. She trusted Yang Yi, truly trusted him. Yang Yi had said that she could leave it all to him. But based on the current circumstances, Yang Yi, today is the day both you and the Sword Alliance are annihilated. The master of the Dark Sky sect, Xiao Tian, looked down at Yang Yi and said, "Trust me, not a single person who'd related to you will survive." "Is that so?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Why don't you contact your respective sects and cities?" Xiao Tian and the others frowned. Suddenly, the space in front of them rippled, and it didn't take long for their faces to grow extremely unsightly. Xiao Tian clenched his fist as he gazed at Yang Yi and spoke gloomily, "You actually sent forces to launch surprise attacks against us." Yang Yi nodded. "That really is my doing." A ferocious expression flashed through Xiao Tian's eyes. "Everyone, it's too late to head back now. What we need to do is join forces and crush the Sword Alliance. Once we crush the Sword Alliance and Yang Yi, then victory will belong to us. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tian and the others were about to attack. However, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared here, and it didn't take long for Jian Su and Jian Ji to appear before Xiao Tian's group. 2 emperors? How laughable. That's your trump card? Xiao Tian gazed at Yang Yi with ridicule. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his right hand and 11 Emperor Realm Sword Servants appeared in the sky. Xiao Tian and the others' expressions finally changed at the sight of this. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he said, "Kill." As soon as he gave the order, Jian Su and Jian Ji transformed into 2 rays of light that shot towards Xiao Tian's group, and the 11 Emperor Realm Sword Servants were right behind them. They only have 13 Emperors while we have 21. We have an absolute advantage. Attack. Xiao Tian waved his right hand and was about to attack. However, His expression suddenly changed as a palm had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Tian was caught off guard and struck by it, causing him to be blasted away. The others were dumbstruck because it was Dugu Tianwei who'd launched the attack. Dugu Tianwei glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded slightly in response. Violet Thistle City had actually chosen the Sword Alliance, but Dugu Tianwei and his wife had suggested that they put on such a show because an expert of the World Devastator cult had been in Violet Thistle City. So, the World Devastator cult would have definitely attacked if Violet Thistle City chose the Sword Alliance then. In that way, the Sword Alliance wouldn't be the only one in trouble. Violet Thistle City would be in trouble too. Moreover, they wouldn't have been able to take all of the others by surprise as they'd done right now. Violet Thistle City had 5 emperors. Coupled with the emperors of the Sword Alliance, there were 18 on their side now. If the fact that Jian Su and Jian Ji could fight 2 emperors on their own was considered, then the situation had been instantly turned around. Dugu, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that? Xiao Tian pointed his finger at Dugu Tianwei and cursed. However, he hadn't even been able to finish speaking when a ray of light shot towards him. Almost 36 emperors were fighting in the sky. After Violet Thistle City switched sides, the battle could truly be considered to be one-sided. It only took over a dozen breaths of time for an emperor to fall. Meanwhile, the head snatcher suddenly spoke. Can we start now? Yang Yi gazed at the head snatcher and asked, You have a stutter? The head snatcher instantly revealed a ferocious expression on his face. I hate that the most. Just shut up. It's so annoying to hear you speak. Yang Yi interrupted him, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The ultimate version of death by a thought. Even though the head snatcher was a quasi-emperor, his strength was much more terrifying than an emperor. So, Yang Yi didn't underestimate him and immediately executed the ultimate version of death by a thought. Right when Yang Yi vanished, the head snatcher's pupils constricted, and then a blood-red shield appeared in front of him. Bang! The tip of a sword stabbed against the shield, and it shook violently as countless cracks covered it. As for the head snatcher, he was blasted backwards by a wave of powerful force, and Yang Ye's sword remained pressed against the blood-red shield. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this attack, which could instantly kill an emperor, had actually been stopped by the long-haired man. As for the head snatcher himself, there was shock in his eyes. His blood-red shield was an emperor-rank treasure, but it had almost been destroyed by a single attack from Yang Yi. He felt a wave of fear sweep through his heart as he gazed at the blood-red shield which was covered in cracks now. A moment later, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and the ground shook violently before his figure stopped moving. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stomped his foot against the ground as well, and the ground beneath him instantly collapsed. At the same time, Yang Yi relied on the counterforce to shoot forward while he grabbed his sword with both hands, and then he spun it. Bang! The long-haired man was blasted backwards again. Just as before, Yang Ye's sword remained pressed against the blood-red shield, and the cracks on it grew more and more numerous. Fuck off! The head snatcher suddenly roared with fury while a blood-red glow erupted from the shield and smashed down towards Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi didn't show any intent to dodge it. The blood-red glow slammed against Yang Yi, but it didn't harm Yang Yi at all. In the end, it entered Yang Ye's body and surged into the heart of slaughter. The head snatcher's face was covered in astonishment. Why? Go figure. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he spun the sword in his hands. Bang! The head snatcher was blasted almost 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi was about to press forward when the head snatcher suddenly transformed into a blood-red ray of light and vanished on the spot. He was very far away when his figure appeared once more, and then he stretched out his hand and shouted in Yang Ye's direction, "Head snatch." As soon as he spoke, Yang Ye's expression suddenly changed drastically. A moment later, a slit suddenly split open on his throat, and a strand of blood sprayed out from there. Chapter 12:15 The Cult Leader. Chapter 12:15 The Cult Leader. The faces of many on the city walls instantly turned ghastly pale at the sight of this, whereas a ghastly cold smile had curled up on the corners of the head snatcher's mouth. Suddenly, the head snatcher watched with astonishment as the wound on Yang Ye's throat healed in an instant. The head snatcher's face was covered in disbelief. How could this be possible? Yang Yi touched his throat, looked up, and had an extremely solemn expression in his eyes as he looked at the head snatcher. At that instant earlier, he'd actually felt his blood being moved by something, especially the blood at his throat. It seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that sliced at his throat from inside out. Fortunately, the tiny vortex had revolved at the critical moment and suppressed the mysterious force that was moving his blood. Otherwise, he might have really lost his head. Of course, it was only a possibility because while his throat had split open slightly, it was just a small wound that wasn't lethal. Moreover, now that he was vigilant against such a threat, he didn't even need the tiny vortex's help and could just suppress it with his sword intent. Yang Yi had truly stopped underestimating his opponent. No, it should be said that he was fully on guard. He had never underestimated the head snatcher since the beginning, and it was just that strange method of attack which had almost got him. How did you? The head snatcher wanted to say something, but Yang Yi wasn't in the mood to listen. The ancient sheath appeared in Yang Ye's grasp before he sheathed an intense sword within it, and then he drew it swiftly. Oem! An ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the sky as a beam of sword energy shot through the sky towards the head snatcher. 200 overlapped heaven rings enhanced by Rebirth Realm sword intent. So, its strength was simply terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly minced into bits. Moreover, the sword energy hadn't even arrived when the powerful sword intent and energy within it forced the head snatcher back repeatedly. The head snatcher's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. He issued a command in his heart, and a blood-red shield immediately appeared before him. After that, he bit the tip of his tongue, causing a drop of blood essence to shoot forward and enter the shield. The cracks throughout the shield instantly started healing at a visible speed, and a thin blood-red barrier of light had appeared on the shield as well. Bang! The sword energy slammed against the shield. The thin barrier of light on it shattered in an instant while the head snatcher was blasted back. As soon as the head snatcher's figure stopped moving, a beam of sword energy which was on par with the last one had suddenly torn through the air and slammed against the shield again. Bang! The shield cracked apart while the head snatcher was blasted backwards again. This time, the head snatcher's figure hadn't even stopped moving when Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot at him. Yang Ye's speed was too swift. Even if the head snatcher saw the attack, he could do nothing about it. All he could do was swiftly bite the tip of his tongue and spit his blood essence on the shield. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't allow his shield to be shattered, or only death would be awaiting him. Once his blood essence sprayed on the shield, it shook violently before a blood-red barrier of light covered it once more. However, a sword struck it as soon as it was formed. Bang! The space around Yang Yi and the head snatcher cracked apart, and the head snatcher spat up a few more strands of blood essence on the shield. This time, he wasn't spitting it out on purpose. It was because his internal organs had been damaged, and he had no choice but to spit it out. At the same time, the head snatcher was blasted back once more. However, Yang Yi was like a shadow that appeared before the head snatcher again. This time, Yang Yi didn't swing his sword. He issued a command in his heart before fiery red dragon scales instantly covered his hands and arms. After that, Yang Yi grabbed the blood-red shield while the head snatcher watched with astonishment. He wants to seize it. The head snatcher was astounded. He issued a command in his heart, and the shield immediately started spinning while countless blood-red blades of light shot out from it. However, Yang Yi didn't dodge them. In the end, all the blood-red blades of light entered Yang Ye's body. A grin curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and he exerted force and instantly took the shield. However, the shield trembled violently. It was linked to the head snatcher and had acknowledged him as its master, so it naturally wouldn't allow itself to be taken. However, it couldn't struggle free of Yang Ye's grasp no matter how it tried. Yang Yi glanced at the blood-red shield, and then he tossed it into the tiny vortex. As soon as it entered the tiny vortex, the head snatcher's eyes opened wide. How? Just shut up. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. The head snatcher was horrified. He couldn't flee at all because Yang Ye's speed far surpassed his own, so he had no choice but to go head-on against Yang Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi's sword arrived before him, but it stopped just shy of an inch from the center of the head snatcher's forehead. Because he'd grabbed it with both hands, a smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he spun the sword with his right hand. Hiss! The head snatcher's hands were cut apart, and then Yang Yi pressed forward and slammed his body against the head snatcher. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the head snatcher's figure was blasted flying. At the same time, a ray of sword energy tore through the air and shot towards the head snatcher. Right when it was about to strike its target, a black hand suddenly tore through space and appeared in front of the head snatcher before grabbing Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! The sword energy shattered while the hand vanished, and then a blue-robed old man appeared in front of the head snatcher. You! The old man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more. After that, he drew his sword swiftly. The old man's pupils constricted. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and he clenched both his hands into fists before slamming them forward in Yang Ye's direction. Bang! The sword and fist collided. The old man's arms instantly cracked apart while his figure was blasted away. Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded abruptly from afar. The old man looked up and saw a sword had stabbed through the center of the head snatcher's forehead. The sight of this made the old man's eyes narrow slightly while a trace of shock appeared within them. Yang Yi beckoned, and the head snatcher's spatial ring flew into his grasp. After that, the head snatcher's corpse was transported into his spatial ring with a wave of his hand. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the blue-robed old man. Your world devastator cult is finally unable to stand by idly and watch? The old man waved his right hand and 15 other blue-robed old men appeared around him. 15 emperors. At this moment, the Sword Alliance and the other powers had stopped fighting. Yang Yi had lost 6 of his Emperor Realm sword servants, Violet Thistle City had lost an emperor, and both Jianji and Jiansu had suffered some light injuries. As for the Dark Sky sect and the other powers, they were in quite a miserable state. Jiansu and Jianji could each fight 2 emperors on their own. Especially Jianji, he could even fight 3 on his own. So, practically everyone who faced them in battle was dead. The Dark Sky sect had 16 emperors on its side, yet now, only 9 remained. They'd suffered heavy losses. Xiao Tian, Li Songhai, and Xue Mei, the leaders of their respective powers, had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces, because they'd truly suffered heavy losses, and they would probably be unable to recover from it without hundreds of years of time. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man who held a folding fan appeared in the sky. I never expected the surviving fugitives of the Sword God's palace were supporting you. Leader. The blue-robed old man bowed slightly to the middle-aged man and spoke respectfully. Surviving fugitives? A cold glow flashed through Jiansu's eyes. Your world devastator cult was probably nothing during the era of the Sword God's palace. I respect Senior Jianwuji. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently, but as for your Sword God's palace, ha. All of you don't even dare to return to your home. You're just a bunch of homeless dogs. I wouldn't have paid any attention to all of you if you remained in hiding, but all of you just had to court death. Since that's the case, then my world devastator cult will put an end to the Sword God's palace. You. Meanwhile, Jinji suddenly withdrew a sword chest and said, The leader of the world devastator cult? Haha. Come, let me see how strong you are. As you wish. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Jinji, and then he turned around to gaze at the blue-robed old men. Kill them. Don't let a single one survive. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky while Jinji followed closely behind him. The World Devastator cult's arrival caused the advantage that the Sword Alliance possessed to be transformed into a disadvantage. Because when the World Devastator cult's emperors were included, The enemy had 24 emperors on their side now, but the Sword Alliance only had 10 left. The difference was too huge. Jin Su and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian spoke with a ferocious expression on his face. Yang Yi, let me see who can save you and your Sword Alliance now. Don't worry. I'll annihilate the entire Sword Alliance while you watch. Yang Yi chuckled. Actually, I've been waiting for the World Devastator cult's forces to show themselves. One of the blue-robed old men frowned. Why? Yang Yi gazed at that old man while a grin curled up on the corners of his mouth. Because only then can I annihilate all of you at once. You. The old man revealed a wisp of ridicule on his face. Yes, me. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Heaven's gravestone. Bang. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a pillar of blood suddenly shot out from Yang Yi, and then all the emperors here were instantly forced to move backwards repeatedly. Chapter 12:16 Fighting 10 Emperors on His Own. Chapter 12:16 Fighting 10 Emperors on His Own. The Void Rank. All the emperors gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Besides astonishment, there was disbelief in their eyes. The Void Rank was the rank above the Emperor rank. Such treasures that existed throughout the continent could be counted with a single hand. They'd never imagined that Yang Yi actually possessed such a divine treasure. The experts from the World Devastator cult and the other powers became extremely unsightly. Yang Yi clenched his right hand, and a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp. As soon as he grabbed it, a blood-red ray of light arose from his feet and enveloped his figure. At the same time, a terrifying wave of baleful energy and slaughter intent instantly surged out from him and swept towards the emperors of the World Devastator cult and the other powers. Kill! Yang Ye's furious voice resounded from within the blood-red light, and a blood-red ray of light flashed forward at practically the exact same instant. Hiss! Xiao Tian's figure stiffened on the spot as a strand of blood sprayed from the center of his forehead. His eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief and terror even until the moment of his death. He hadn't expected a dignified sect master like himself to be instantly killed by a saint. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. He died with everlasting regret. In an instant, Xiao Tian's body vanished on the spot, and then another blood-red ray of light flashed just a moment later. Hiss! An emperor from the Darkwada sect suffered the same fate as Xiao Tian. A strand of blood sprayed from the center of his forehead, while Yang Yi, who was enveloped by blood-red light, had appeared behind him. An instant later, that emperor's corpse vanished on the spot as well. Meanwhile, the others finally recovered from their shock. One of the blue-robed old men from the World Devastator cult roared with fury, "Join forces and kill him! Kill him!" The emperors here shot towards Yang Yi. The emperors on the Sword Alliance's side didn't stand by idly, and they attacked at the same time. The World Devastator cult's group had just arrived in front of Yang Yi when a wave of blood-red sword energy swept out horizontally from where Yang Yi stood. They were shocked when they saw the sword energy, and they flashed backwards successively and didn't dare to go head-on against it. Some of them hadn't been able to dodge in time, so they had no choice but to face it head-on. Rumble. Many emperors were blasted backwards by the wave of blood-red sword energy, while two were almost slashed into two. Besides that, two other emperors had their arms chopped into two. If they hadn't moved away in time, their entire bodies would have probably been split into two. The experts from the World Devastator cult were extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. That's a saint? A saint? It wasn't just the experts of the World Devastator cult who were stunned. Even Jin Su and the others were shocked. Because even if Yang Yi was holding a void rank sword, it didn't make sense for him to be that strong. After Heaven's gravestone had absorbed the killing intent and baleful energy left behind by Jian Wuji on Godfall Mountain, it had advanced into the void rank. Since its quality had improved, its strength had naturally grown immensely as well. Even though it hadn't allowed Yang Ye's slaughter intent to rise to the rebirth realm, Heaven's gravestone still carried Jian Wuji's killing intent and baleful energy from all those years ago. After all, Even emperors didn't dare to get close to the killing intent and baleful energy on Godfall Mountain. Moreover, even Heaven's gravestone, which was at the emperor rank at the time, hadn't been able to subdue the killing intent and baleful energy there. It was obvious how terrifying it was. Yet now, Yang Yi had taken control of it. The slaughter intent and baleful energy within Heaven's gravestone was already capable of posing a threat to emperors. Now, it had Jin Wuji's killing intent and baleful energy, so its might had naturally multiplied. Moreover, it was even enhanced by Yang Ye's rebirth realm sword intent. So how terrifying would it be? It could be said that Yang Yi could kill emperors with a casual swing of his sword, even without the ultimate version of death by a thought. Ray after ray of blood-red light surged out from below Yang Ye's feet, and it obstructed the vision of the others, causing them to be unable to see how Yang Yi was at this moment. However, they could sense his intent to kill, especially the experts of the World Devastator cult. Yang Ye's slaughter intent and baleful energy had never left them. Kill. Suddenly, Yang Ye's voice resounded from within the red light, and his figure transformed into a thread of blood that vanished on the spot. At the same time that Yang Yi vanished, the hairs of all the experts from the World Devastator cult instantly stood on end. Many emperors here hadn't even been able to react before a strand of blood sprayed from the center of the forehead of a blue-robed old man. It was an instant kill. An absolutely instant kill. Kill. Kill him. Don't hold back. One of the emperors from the World Devastator cult roared hysterically. However, he just finished speaking when a ray of blood-red light shot towards him, and it horrified him. Fortunately, he was prepared, and his head moved slightly to the side when it appeared before him. Hiss! Half of his face was sliced off and blood flowed out like a fountain. Meanwhile, the other emperors attacked in succession. Countless energy palms and fists were accompanied by all sorts of techniques as they covered the sky and descended upon Yang Yi. How terrifying was the joint attacks of over 20 emperors. The space throughout the area outside Doomsday City had cracked apart while Jian Su and the others' expressions changed. Yang Ye's slaughter had incurred the fury of those emperors. Attack! As soon as Jian Su finished speaking, he, Yang Ye's sword servants, and the other emperors from Violet Thistle City charged at the experts from the World Devastator cult. Ray after ray of blood-red sword energy swept out from the blood-red light that enveloped Yang Yi. Every single one of those rays of sword energy was extremely terrifying, and even emperors didn't dare go head-on against them and had no choice but to dodge. The battle was extremely intense. Even though Yang Yi was extremely terrifying, the experts from the World Devastator cult and the other powers were mentally prepared now. So, Yang Yi wasn't able to kill them in an instant like he had before this, because around 10 emperors were besieging Yang Yi. So long as he attacked, he would have to face the joint attacks of 10 emperors. However, because Yang Yi was keeping them busy, the Sword Alliance, which had been at a disadvantage, was slowly gaining the advantage. As for those 10 emperors who'd surrounded Yang Yi, they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. All of them seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they didn't dare slack off at all. After all, the blood-red sword energy was too terrifying. Unless they utilized Emperor-rank defensive treasures, they didn't dare go head-on against it, because they couldn't resist it at all. Anyone who faced Yang Ye's sword energy would die. Kill. Suddenly, over 20 rays of light suddenly shot into the sky from within Doomsday City, and they charged towards the experts from the World Devastator cult. It was Qin Zhuyao and the others. Qin Zhuyao and the others hadn't joined the battle before this because the gap in strength between the two sides was too huge. They would just be giving their lives away if they joined the battle. Yet now, the Sword Alliance had the upper hand, so they could keep at least 2 or 3 emperors busy. In that way, the Sword Alliance would gain a greater advantage over their enemies. Most importantly, they wanted to strive to create an opportunity for Yang Yi. What opportunity? An opportunity to escape the encirclement of those 10 emperors. Qin Zhuyao and the others' targets were those 10 emperors who'd encircled Yang Yi. Sure enough, the faces of those 10 emperors had changed when Qin Zhuyao's group shot up into the air. It didn't take long for one of them to leave the group and meet Qin Zhuyao's group in battle. As far as they were concerned, It was just a bunch of ants at the quasi-emperor realm, so just a single emperor would be sufficient. But it didn't take long for them to regret that decision, because that emperor hadn't even lasted for 10 minutes before he was killed beneath the joint forces of over 20 sword cultivators. Kill! Qin Zhuyao shouted, and then their group charged forward once more at the other 9 emperors around Yang Yi. I'm here as well. Meanwhile, a familiar voice resounded from afar, and then a ray of light arrived here. Dugu Jian. It was Dugu Jian. Huan Kong glanced at Dugu Jian and said, "Thick-skinned dude. Nice. I wasn't wrong about you. Kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, all of them continued their charge towards those 9 emperors. This time, those 9 emperors didn't dare act carelessly at all. They sent 3 emperors to fight Dugu Jian and the others. However, as soon as those 3 emperors left, the expressions of the remaining 6 instantly changed drastically, and one of them hurriedly shouted, "Come back here." Hiss. He just finished speaking when a blood-red ray of sword energy suddenly shot through the center of his forehead. The sword energy didn't vanish, and it came out the other side of the emperor's head while accompanied by a string of blood and vanished into the horizon. Flee. Meanwhile, Li Songhai, who was one of the emperors that were surrounding Yang Yi, hadn't hesitated to lead the other emperors of the Darkwada sect away and flee. When Xuemei saw Li Songhai leave, he hesitated for a moment before giving the order to the experts from Frostwind City. Let's go. At this moment, Yang Yi was absolutely monstrous. Staying behind here would be no different than burying all the experts of their respective powers. They were no fools, so they naturally fled. Get back here. One of the experts from the World Devastator cult roared with fury, but no one paid attention to him. It didn't take long for the experts of the Darkwada sect and Frostwind City to withdraw from the battle, and only 7 emperors from the World Devastator cult remained here. Strike the enemy when he is down. Jin Su and the others understood that principle well, and they were about to attack. However, a figure suddenly crashed down from above. Jin Su and the others' expressions changed drastically because it was Jianji's figure. Jin Su shot over and caught Jianji. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Mouthful after mouthful of blood sprayed from Jianji's mouth. However, Jin Su heaved a sigh of relief from the sight of this because Jianji was still alive. The 7 emperors from the World Devastator cult heaved sighs of relief as well, because the middle-aged man with the folding fan, the leader of the World Devastator cult, had appeared in front of them. The middle-aged man glanced at the scene here, and his face became extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that the absolute advantage they possessed had actually been transformed into a miserable defeat. The middle-aged man clenched his right fist slowly, but it didn't take long for it to relax again. He gazed at Yang Yi, who was enveloped by blood-red light, a sword of slaughter at the void rank. I severely underestimated you. He paused for a moment and continued, let's drop this matter right here and now. My World Devastator cult acknowledged your sword alliances standing in the continent, and will stay out of each other's business from now on. Does my sword alliance need your acknowledgement? Who do you think you are? Yang Ye's voice resounded from within the blood-red light. Kill them. Leave no one alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot at the middle-aged man. Chapter 12, 17 Pursuit. Chapter 12, 17 Pursuit. Attack. Jin Su's voice resounded as well. It didn't take long for the experts of the Sword Alliance to charge at the experts from the World Devastator cult. Not only would Yang Yi refuse an offer of peace at this moment, even the others from the Sword Alliance wouldn't agree to it. They were no fools. They knew that the World Devastator cult was only seeking peace because it had no other choice right now. Because the Sword Alliance's strength far surpassed it right now. Moreover, they didn't believe that the World Devastator cult truly sought peace between them, and it was merely a way to buy time. Yang Yi knew that, and so did the others. The middle-aged man's face became gloomy when he saw Yang Yi attack, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, the sword energy had arrived before him. He twisted his right hand, and the folding fan swiftly unfolded and obstructed the blood-red ray of sword energy. Bang! The folding fan shook violently while the middle-aged man took around 10 steps back. A wisp of surprise and seriousness flashed through his eyes. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Ye's attack to actually be that terrifying. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of him, and a blood-red sword descended towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare act carelessly. The profound energy within him surged as a terrifying aura shot out from within him and slammed towards Yang Yi. However, it had only just emerged from him when the slaughter intent, baleful energy, and rebirth realm sword intent within Yang Ye's sword obliterated it. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted while his expression changed once more. He had no time to dodge, so he folded the fan once more and raised it to block Yang Ye's attack. Bang! The middle-aged man was slammed downwards by the force in Yang Ye's attack, but it only took a moment for him to transform into a white ray of light that shot back up into the air. Yang Ye's blood-red eyes suddenly narrowed before he grabbed the blood-red sword with both hands and swung it down once more. Bang! Crack! The sword and fan collided, and the space around them cracked apart. At the same time, the middle-aged man was blasted down once more. Yang Yi stood upside down in midair for a moment, and then he transformed into a ray of blood red like that shot towards the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted at the sight of Yang Ye's figure charging down like a bolt of lightning. A moment passed before he twisted his wrist. The flipping fan swiftly unfolded while a beam of white light shot up into the sky and slammed against Yang Yi. However, it was instantly sliced open by Yang Ye's sword, while Yang Yi himself didn't slow down at all and instantly arrived above the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted once more. This time, there was shock in his eyes. Because Yang Ye's attack was too incisive. Even he didn't dare to act carelessly at all. The middle-aged man didn't dare hold back anymore. He twisted his wrist, and the folding fan shot up into the sky. It started expanding as it flew through the air, and it was over 300 m wide when it arrived in front of Yang Yi. Suddenly, a huge beam of white light shot out from it. It was extremely swift and instantly slammed against Yang Ye's sword. Bang! Yang Ye's sword shook violently while his figure was blasted away. The middle-aged man was just about to follow up with another attack, but a shrill cry suddenly resounded from afar. He looked over and saw a blood-red hole stabbed open on the forehead of an emperor from the World Devastator cult. Moreover, the 7 emperors from the World Devastator cult had been reduced to 4 now. The sight of this made the middle-aged man clench his fists while ferocity flashed through his eyes. He didn't attack, and he just waved his hand and said, "Retreat." The World Devastator cult had lost the advantage it had, so refusing to retreat would only cause the remaining emperors to die as well. Even though the World Devastator cult was extremely strong, it wasn't so strong that it was filled with emperors. Every single emperor was a pillar of support for the World Devastator cult. The emperors hesitated for a moment when they heard the middle-aged man, and then they turned around and fled. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of blood-red light as he vanished on the spot. He was around 10 kilometers away when his figure appeared again, and an emperor from the World Devastator cult was behind him. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from the center of that emperor's forehead, and then that emperor's corpse vanished just a moment later. How dare you! A vicious glow flashed through the eyes of the World Devastator cult's leader. His figure flashed and instantly appeared before Yang Yi, and then he swung his fan at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had intended to pursue the other emperors, but he had no choice but to stop now. He instantly drew his sword and swung it at the middle-aged man. Even though the leader of the World Devastator cult was an emperor as well, he was no ordinary emperor. He was extremely strong to the point that even Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly or underestimate him in the slightest. Bang! The fan and sword collided, and then the middle-aged man was blasted around 300 m away. If it was a competition of physical strength, then even the middle-aged man couldn't compare to Yang Yi. It could be said that very few amongst the humans could compete with Yang Yi when it came to physical strength. After he pushed the middle-aged man back, Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that entered the expanse of space before him. He was over 50 kilometers away when his figure emerged again, and an emperor of the World Devastator cult wasn't too far ahead of him. That emperor was horrified when he saw Yang Yi chasing after him, but it didn't take long for a wisp of viciousness and resolve to flash through his eyes. After that, his stomach instantly started to expand. Self-detonation. It was his only choice. Fight? He couldn't resist a single swing of Yang Ye's sword. Flee? The facts proved that Yang Ye's speed far surpassed his. The only thing he could do was try to bring Yang Yi down with him. However, his stomach had only just swelled up when Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and Yang Yi was behind him when his figure appeared once more. Moreover, there was a hole in his stomach. Pooh! A fountain of blood surged out from his stomach, and his stomach seemed like a ball that had a hole punctured in it. It instantly shrunk back down. Just a moment passed before a ray of light shot through the back of that emperor's head, and then the color in his eyes faded. Meanwhile, the leader of the World Devastator cult appeared in the distance, and a ferocious expression instantly arose on his face when he witnessed the scene before him. How ruthless of you! Yang Yi, my World Devastator cult won't rest until your sword alliance is gone. Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the corpse away. You won't rest until my sword alliance is gone? You're only prepared to do that now? My sword alliance was already prepared to do that from the moment all of you appeared outside Doomsday City. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his figure transformed into a ray of light that entered the expanse of space before him. Don't you dare! The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he vanished on the spot. Over 100,000 kilometers away, the middle-aged man had just emerged from within space when he heard a shrill cry resound. He looked up and saw blood spraying from the center of the forehead of the last remaining emperor from the World Devastator cult. Yang Yi cracked an evil smile. Sorry, you're too late again. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he waved his right hand and put the corpse away. After that, he started walking step by step towards the middle-aged man. A very long time ago, I told the members of your World Devastator cult that my sword alliance doesn't want to cause trouble or become enemies with you. Unfortunately, you ignored us and insisted on destroying us. You regret that now? It's too late. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he stomped his foot down and shot forward. He arrived before the middle-aged man in an instant, and then he grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it down at the middle-aged man. A ferocious gaze glanced through the middle-aged man's eyes as he swiftly slammed his right palm down. Bang! The space around him instantly started to tremble. It seemed like boiling water. A moment later, the middle-aged man slapped his right palm forward in Yang Ye's direction. Heaven Shaker! A practically translucent energy palm flashed out of his palm while he spoke, and then the space around him started rippling violently. At the same time, the mountains in an area of thousands of kilometers collapsed from the force of it. It was a peak emperor rank technique at the very least. Yang Ye's blood-red pupils constricted at the sight of the energy palm. He quickly sheathed his blood-red sword, circulated the remaining bits of profound energy within him, and then drew his sword swiftly. A beam of blood-red sword energy shot forward. 200 overlapped heaven rends. The energy palm and sword energy collided, and then a moment of silence ensued. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy swept out from between them. The wave of energy was extremely swift and instantly enveloped them within it. The wave of energy raged through the sky. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch. At a certain point in time, the space in the surroundings was transformed into a black hole that was completely pitch black. But it didn't take long for space to be restored by a mysterious force, but the wave of energy was still raging through the surroundings. It raged through the surroundings for almost an hour before it gradually dispersed. Suddenly, coughing resounded here, and it didn't take long for a man to stand up slowly from the ground. It was the leader of the World Devastator cult. It was the middle-aged man with the folding fan. He'd only just stood on his feet when he started spitting out mouthfuls of blood in succession. He looked down at his chest, and he saw that it was a mangled mess. Even the internal organs within him were faintly visible. His eyes narrowed slightly before he raised his head and looked towards the distance. A completely blood-red figure was lying not too far away from him. Yang Yi. A wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes when he saw that Yang Yi was still unconscious, and he started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. Suddenly, a white head emerged from Yang Ye's chest. Snowy's face instantly changed when she saw the middle-aged man, and then she hurriedly went back into the pocket of space. But it didn't take long for her to emerge once more. She wrapped her arms around Yang Ye's head and shook it with all her might, but Yang Yi still didn't wake up after a while of shaking. As she watched the middle-aged man grow closer and closer, Snowy became so anxious that she started to cry, but her tears were tears of spirit energy. Yang Yi still remained unconscious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was just over a meter away from Yang Yi. He raised his right hand slowly and was about to attack. Suddenly, Snowy flew over and obstructed his path. She waved her claws swiftly, and a few hundred violet crystals appeared before the middle-aged man while she gazed pleadingly at him. "Don't worry, I'll let you keep him company." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his palm down in Snowy and Yang Ye's direction. Snowy's eyes opened wide while her hairs stood on end. She turned around and shot over to Yang Ye's chest. She held tightly onto Yang Ye's throat, and her figure shook violently. She was extremely afraid. However, she didn't return into the pocket of space. Chapter 12:18 Above the Emperor Realm. Chapter 12:18 Above the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light flashed, and then a blood-red sword stabbed into the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. His eyes opened wide while his figure moved backwards repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with terror. Yang Yi stood up slowly. He paid no attention to the middle-aged man and gazed at Snowy instead. Yang Yi was moved by the sight of Snowy shivering in his arms. She'd been imprisoned by the Welkin Wolf King in the past, and it made her extremely timid. But even though she was extremely afraid, she hadn't chosen to hide herself this time. Yang Ye's gaze grew even gentler when he thought up to this point. He rubbed her head gently and spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't be afraid. No one can harm you while I'm here." Snowy raised her head slowly and gazed at him when she heard his voice. As soon as she saw him wide awake, her lips shivered before tears started streaming out of her eyes. At the same time that she started crying, the spirit energy in the surroundings instantly grew denser and denser. Yang Yi stroked her face lightly and smiled. "Stop crying. You'll look ugly if you keep crying." Snowy started crying even more. Yang Yi was speechless. After crying for a while, Snow suddenly recalled something. She turned around and glared at the middle-aged man before waving her claws swiftly. Yang Yi, who was an expert in the tongue of beasts, instantly discerned that she was complaining to him. Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. While a sword was stabbed in the man's head, the man still wasn't dead. He was looking at Yang Yi. Besides terror, there was disbelief in the middle-aged man's eyes. Because besides a trace of blood that remained on the corner of Yang Ye's mouth, there seemed to be no injuries on him. As if he knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, Yang Yi patted his chest lightly and said, "See that? The physical body of an Emperor Realm demon beast. It isn't even a problem for this body of mine to take an Emperor rank technique head-on." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the blood-red sword instantly flew out of the middle-aged man's forehead and into his grasp. Once the sword was gone, a string of blood sprayed out like a fountain from the center of his forehead, and only a moment passed before the middle-aged man's eyes closed slowly. At the moment his eyes closed completely, countless strands of spirit energy surged out from within him. Snowy didn't hold back at all. She immediately opened her mouth and sucked, and all the spirit energy within the middle-aged man instantly entered her mouth. Yang Yi waved his hand, and the spatial ring on the middle-aged man's hand flew into his grasp. But he immediately frowned upon checking its contents, because there weren't even 5,000 violet crystals within the spatial ring. There was a huge number of miscellaneous items, but besides the folding fan, he wasn't interested in those miscellaneous items at all. As the leader of a cult, you're actually so poor. TSK, TSK. Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at the folding fan. Suddenly, a beam of white light surged out from within it and shot towards Yang Yi. However, It had only just appeared before it was instantly shattered by Yang Ye's sword intent. You really do possess intelligence of your own. Yang Yi sized it up. At this moment, it was shivering because it was being suppressed by Yang Ye's rebirth rank sword intent. The folding fan was completely jade white. When Yang Yi looked carefully at it, he noticed that the frame of the fan was made by the bones of an unknown beast. Besides that, the fan itself wasn't made of paper, it was made of soft leather. It was extremely soft and smooth like the skin of a baby. There were strange symbols inscribed on both sides of the fan, and when Yang Ye's profound energy surged into the fan, the symbols instantly emanated a dazzling beam of light that shot up into the sky. As he gazed at the beam of light that shot up into the sky, a grin curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Not bad. Yang Yi placed the folding fan in his spatial ring, flipped his palm, and the blood-red shield appeared there. It was naturally the shield he'd obtained from the head snatcher. Yang Yi was extremely surprised by the ability of the shield because it had blocked off his ultimate version of death by a thought and heaven rend. Moreover, it had done it in succession. As soon as the blood-red shield appeared, the smell of blood assaulted Yang Ye's face. However, it was nothing to Yang Yi. The shield was circular, completely blood-red like heaven's gravestone, and it seemed like it was forged from blood. There was a handle at the inner side of the shield, and it was just nice for it to be held with one hand. Besides that, there wasn't anything special on the shield. However, Yang Yi knew that while the shield and fan were emperor rank treasures, the shield was definitely superior to the fan. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he flicked a drop of blood into it. In an instant, the shield seemed like it had come to life. Suddenly, a blood-red ray of light erupted from it, and then a thin blood-red barrier of light covered the shield. As for the shield beneath the barrier, it was like an ocean of blood. Blood was surging within it, and it was a shocking sight to behold. Not bad. Not bad indeed. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. The shield was extremely suitable to him. With the shield combined with the physical defenses he possessed, he could practically become immune to the attacks of emperors. Yang Yi put the shield away, gazed at Snowy and smiled. Violet crystals. He'd killed 7 emperors earlier. In other words, she'd definitely produced 70,000 violet crystals. 70,000. How many experts could those create? Unfortunately, Jin Su and the others had killed many emperors, but Snowy hadn't been able to absorb those, because the situation had been too chaotic, so he didn't dare let her leave his side. Snowy blinked when she heard him, and then she started waving her claws swiftly. In next to no time, numerous violet crystals appeared in front of Yang Yi. It didn't take long for them to pile up into a small mountain. Yang Yi roared with laughter as he gazed at the violet crystals. After that, he took Snowy in his arms and kissed her. Snowy's face instantly flushed red, but she didn't hide herself this time. She learned from Yang Ye's example and wrapped her arms around his face before kissing him on the nose. Yang Yi roared with laughter once more. He waved his right hand and put the violet crystals away, and then his figure shot towards Doomsday City while holding Snowy in his arms. Doomsday City. At this moment, Jin Su and the others were looking up at the sky. They were waiting for Yang Yi. It wasn't just them, everyone else throughout Doomsday City was doing the same, even though the battle had ended with a huge victory for the Sword Alliance. However, if Yang Yi didn't return, then the huge victory was just momentary, and the entire Sword Alliance would split apart in an instant. The Sword Alliance was formed from many forces like mercenaries, sword cultivators, independent cultivators, and the past members of the Sword God's Palace. All of them had joined the Sword Alliance for a single person, Yang Yi. If Yang Yi was gone and someone else took his position as Sword Master, then would they acknowledge that person? Did anyone but Yang Yi possess the ability to assume the position of Sword Master? Finally, a ray of light appeared in the sky. Everyone throughout Doomsday City seethed with excitement at the sight of it, and countless cheered in unison. Their voices surged through the clouds. Meanwhile, Jin Su and the others heaved sighs of relief as well because Yang Ye's return represented that the Sword Alliance had truly won. At the moment Dugu Tianwei saw Yang Yi, the worry in his heart was instantly relieved. It was his wife who decided that Violet Thistle City should work together with the Sword Alliance. and he'd been slightly against it, because the Sword Alliance seemed to have no chance to win, no matter what. However, he'd chosen to listen to his wife in the end, because his wife could see much farther than him and was more discerning. The facts proved that it was true. Choosing the Sword Alliance was a huge gamble for Violet Thistle City. If they won, its status would rise sharply. If it lost, then it would cease to exist. Now, it won the gamble. Doomsday City, the Sword Master Hall. Yang Yi sat at the seat of the host while Jin Su, Yi Luyun, and the others were seated below him. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Dugu Tianwei. How many emperors did Violet Thistle City lose? Dugu Tianwei pondered deeply for a moment and said, Two. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Violet Thistle City had only 5 emperors, yet it had lost 2 in a single battle. Needless to say, it was a huge loss. As for the Sword Alliance, even though it had lost almost 10 emperors, they were all puppets. There was a gap between the strengths of puppets and actual emperors. After all, puppets were just puppets in the end, and they were naturally incomparable to real people. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and said, City Governor Dugu, I, Yang Yi, will remember your Violet Thistle City's help. As he spoke, he flicked a spatial ring over to Dugu Tianwei. There are 10,000 violet crystals in there. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Dugu Tianwei hesitated for a moment and said, I'll decline the violet crystals, but I have a request. I hope that Sword Master will agree. Go ahead. Yang Yi smiled. Right, I'm brothers with Dugu Jian, so just call me Yang Yi. Dugu Tianwei glanced at Yang Yi, and then he nodded. Frostwind City, Dark Sky Sect, and the Darkwater Sect have been rendered powerless, and my Violet Thistle City wants to take over the Dark Sky Sect. Of course, just forget it if you have other plans. I hope that this doesn't affect the friendship between our Violet Thistle City and the Sword Alliance. Yi Luyan frowned slightly. The Dark Sky Sect was a diamond rank power, so it had a divine grade spirit vein and countless other resources. Even though Violet Thistle City had really helped the Sword Alliance, such a request was a little too much. Because if Violet Thistle City were to fight the Dark Sky Sect on its own, then even if it won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. Yet now, Yang Yi had killed all the emperors of the Dark Sky Sect, so they just had to stretch out their hand and take the Dark Sky Sect. Yi Luyun was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly smiled. All right? If you encounter any problems when taking over the Dark Sky Sect, just say the word and my Sword Alliance will lend you a hand. Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi when she heard him, but she didn't say anything. Dugu Tianwei glanced at Yang Yi and said, Thank you. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Dugu Tianwei. City Governor Dugu, do you know where the World Devastator cult's headquarters are? Dugu Tianwei asked. You intend to destroy it? Of course. Yang Yi continued. One must always pull weeds out by the roots. Pull weeds out by the roots, huh? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky above the city. You don't have to go through all that trouble. I've come myself. As soon as the voice resounded, a wave of pressure suddenly appeared in the hall. At this moment, all the emperors here couldn't move. As for the quasi-emperors, they were pressed flat on the ground and were shivering incessantly. The expressions of everyone here had instantly changed drastically. An expert at the Voider Realm. The World Devastator cult has an expert at the Voider Realm. Dugu Tianwei's eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 12:19 I'll be there even if the sky collapses. Chapter 12:19 I'll be there even if the sky collapses. Everyone here was immobilized by the pressure. It wasn't just Dugu Tianwei. Practically everyone here had despair in their eyes. The realm above the Emperor Realm was the Voider Realm, and it had been numerous years since such an expert had appeared on Dark Hell Continent. It wasn't that such experts didn't exist, it was that they had never shown themselves. Ordinary things were unable to arouse the attention of experts at such a level. So, most people on the continent had unconsciously forgotten their existence. But they had never imagined that the World Devastator cult actually possessed a voider. Despair. Everyone, including Yi Luyun, felt despair. Yang Ye's strength was heaven-defying and capable of annihilating emperors in an instant, but he was just a saint in the end. She was confident that if Yang Yi was given more time, then he would definitely be able to rival Voiders. Yet now, the gap in their cultivation was too huge. Yi Luyan wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone else here was of the same mind. Bang! Suddenly, a strand of sword and tint swept out from Yang Yi, and then everyone felt relieved and returned to normal. A voice came from outside the hall. Rebirth rank sword and tint. It's extraordinary indeed. All the experts within the hall gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi stood up slowly, glanced at them, smiled, and then started walking out of the hall. All of them were at a loss for words. Right when Yang Yi was about to leave the hall, Nanshuang suddenly walked over to his side. Yang Yi gazed at her while she looked him in the eyes and said, I'll go with you. Yang Yi grinned. Are you not afraid? She gazed at him and told him the truth. I am. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he nodded. Then let's go together. Meanwhile, Yi Luyan walked over and stood behind Yang Yi. It didn't take long for Dugu Jian, Qin Zhuyao, and the others to do the same. In next to no time, everyone within the hall was standing behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around, glanced at them, and smiled. Don't act like I'm going to die. There's no need to worry. I'll be there even if the sky collapses. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Nan Shuang's hand and walked out of the hall. The others quickly followed him. In the sky above Doomsday City, an old man in blue and white robes stood proudly in the sky. His figure was ramrod straight, and his eyes were sharp like a blade, causing others to dare not look directly in his eyes. A ray of light flashed and Yang Yi appeared before the old man. When Yang Yi arrived before the old man, an invisible aura smashed down towards Yang Yi like 100 mountains. It was invisible, but everyone could feel it. It was an aura that was countless times stronger than the aura of an emperor. Suddenly, Rebirth Realm Sword and Tint appeared in front of Yang Yi, and the old man's aura was immediately obstructed. However, the space around Yang Yi and the old man started to ripple violently, while arm-thick cracks appeared incessantly around them. Moreover, those cracks were spreading at an alarming rate. The spectators on the ground below clenched their fists and watched anxiously. No matter what, Yang Yi was their only hope. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi's rebirth rank sword and tint, and the old man's aura vanished at the same time. The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're the best in the younger generation throughout the last 10,000 years. You're too kind." Yang Yi continued, "You didn't attack right away, so I presume that you have something to say. Please do tell." The old man said, "I was in closed-door cultivation, and they suddenly came to get me. Never had I expected that when I emerged and had a look, the cult leader and dozens of emperors had died miserably. Yet all of this was done by a saint and the Sword Alliance that I've never heard of. I was curious, extremely curious. Now that I've met you, I have to admit that they didn't die unjustly. While you're a saint, ordinary emperors are of no threat to you, while you possess rebirth rank sword and tint." A strange smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth when he spoke up to this point, but I felt even more pleasant surprise. Pleasant surprise? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "You were pleasantly surprised that I killed so many from the World Devastator cult?" The old man chuckled. "Something like that." He glanced at Doomsday City before looking at Yang Yi. "I'm sure you don't want to fight me here, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course. Then come with me." The old man vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was about to leave, but Yi Luyun suddenly shouted, "Swordmaster." Yang Yi looked down and noticed that everyone was looking at him. Yang Yi smiled. "Once I leave, Luyun will manage all affairs within the Sword Alliance. As for the affairs outside the Sword Alliance, Senior Jian Su will manage them. These are my orders, and no one is allowed to defy them. Luyun and Senior Jian Su, you can kill anyone who dares to disobey these orders and report them later." "Understood." Everyone within the city bowed respectfully towards Yang Yi and spoke in unison. "You'll definitely come back." Meanwhile, Nanshuang suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Definitely, right?" A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "What would you do if I didn't?" Nanshuang hadn't expected that Yang Yi would ask this question. She was stunned for a moment before she muttered, I don't know." Death silence filled the surroundings once Yang Yi left. A long time later, Yi Luyun took a deep breath and said, "Attend to your own duties. Don't let the sword master see the city in a mess when he returns." Yes, all of them didn't dare hesitate and immediately agreed. However, the worry in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Moreover, the eyes of many had even narrowed, and only they knew what they were thinking. High above in the sky, Yang Yi was flying swiftly on his sword, and the space around him was trembling. Meanwhile, the old man wasn't too far ahead. However, no matter how Yang Yi sped up, he wasn't able to catch up to the old man. Even if he utilized the void flash technique, he still couldn't catch up to the old man. The old man was just in front of him, but the old man was so out of reach. Yang Ye's face grew solemn. He'd naturally met a Voider Realm expert in the past. That expert who fought Lady at the Radiant Dimension was probably one. However, Yang Yi hadn't fought that expert. Actually, they had fought, but it had only been that expert's clone in the beginning, and Lady had shown herself when that expert's real body had arrived. So, he didn't know how strong a Voider was, but he knew that a Void was definitely very strong. However, he was very strong now as well. If it were in the past, then he would definitely be incapable of fighting such an expert, but he wanted to give it a try now. After over 2 hours passed, the old man suddenly stopped, and then Yang Yi appeared around 300 m behind the old man. At this moment, they were surrounded by a desert that stretched out for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in all directions. The old man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and he nodded slightly. "Your sword techniques aren't bad, especially when they are enhanced by rebirth rank sword intent." Yang Yi replied, "But I still wasn't as fast as you. I've lived for so many years." The old man shrugged. "Come, let me see how strong you are." "As you wish." Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. Heaven's gravestone appeared in his grasp, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the old man. The ultimate version of death by a thought. Yang Yi naturally had to fight seriously when facing such an expert. The blood-red sword energy was extremely swift and instantly arrived before the old man, but it was stopped by 2 fingers. The old man tapped Yang Ye's sword, and just those 2 fingers caused Yang Yi to be unable to advance even an inch further. A sword of slaughter at the void rank. What a surprise. The old man flicked lightly once he finished speaking. OM. The blood-red sword shook violently while Yang Yi was blasted away. Even though that move wasn't bad, it's far from enough. The old man put both his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. "Come, show me your true strength." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly arrived before the old man and drew his sword. 200 overlapped heaven rends. The ground below the old man instantly collapsed and formed an almost 3 kilometers deep hole. As for the old man, he hadn't dodged at all, and he's just raised his hand and tapped it forward. Bang! The entire sky shook violently as Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. However, the old man had taken a few steps back as well. That attack wasn't bad. Ordinary emperors would really be incapable of resisting it. The old man gazed at Yang Yi with slight surprise in his eyes. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack and just said, "Those 2 attacks were my strongest. I'm done." "I think so too." The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you know why I didn't kill you right away?" Yang Yi replied, "I really do." A smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. "Your body is comparable to an Emperor Realm Demon Beast, and you possess Void Rank Slaughter Intent and Rebirth Rank Sword Intent. Besides that, you have a Sword of Slaughter at the Void Rank. Right, that sword sheath of yours isn't ordinary as well. The sword alliance you created is still passable as well, and it has huge potential. The most important factor is your natural talent. You've attained such accomplishments at such a young age. Your natural talent is absolutely one of the best in the last 10,000 years." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you trying to say?" The smile on the old man's face slowly widened. "Do you know why I was cultivating behind closed doors? Because my lifespan is almost exhausted. I know my limitations well. The Voider Realm is my limit. If I want to continue living, then there's only one way to accomplish that, and it's to seize the body of another." "Seize another's body." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. You want to take my body? Of course. A smile of madness gradually crept up on the old man's face. I'd intended to find someone within my world devastator cult, but no one was satisfactory. Fortunately, you appeared. The heaves are truly on my side. Yang Yi blinked. A moment later, he turned around and fled. Trying to flee? It's too late now. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed while he spoke. Yang Yi was instantly restrained on the spot by a mysterious force. It didn't take long for the old man to appear before him and smile ferociously. Don't worry. Once I gain control over your body, I'll lead your sword alliance to become the #1 power on the continent. Besides that, I'll take good care of your women. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's soul shot into the center of Yang Ye's forehead. Chapter 12:20 You reap what you sow. Chapter 12:20 You reap what you sow. The old man hadn't noticed the grin which curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth once his soul entered the center of Yang Ye's forehead. As soon as the old man's soul entered through the center of Yang Ye's forehead, he started to seize control over Yang Ye's body. The first thing he did was attempt to devour Yang Ye's soul. However, the tiny vortex within Yang Yi suddenly started to spin madly. It didn't take long for the old man's astonished voice to resound within Yang Ye's mind. What's that? What is that? What the heck is that? What the hell is that? Make it stop. Quickly make it stop. The old man's incessant begging resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Was Yang Yi a fool? He was naturally not a fool. So, the tiny vortex spun even faster than before. Quickly. Quickly make it stop. The old man's voice sounded like a shrill cry this time. The old man's voice weakened slowly. Around 15 minutes later, the old man's voice couldn't be heard at all. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the old man's corpse. You reap what you sow. Was the old man very strong? Yes, extremely strong. It could be said that unless he executed the true form of Heavenrend and the Cheongqi woke up, otherwise he wouldn't be a match for the old man at all. However, he hadn't expected that the old man actually wanted to seize his body. That was absolutely good news to Yang Yi. Why? Because the old man was courting death. If it was a battle in the outside world, then it would probably be impossible for him to resist the old man even if he utilized the tiny vortex, because its strength and injuries hadn't been restored completely. After all, it had to rely on ladies' help to suppress and seal Cheongqi that day. But the old man was definitely stronger than Cheongqi was in his injured state that day. However, Yang Yi had never expected the old man would actually make his soul leave his own body and try to seize Yang Ye's body. Once the soul left the body, while it still possessed a certain amount of strength, that strength was at least 70 or 80% weaker than what it was. Because without the body to act as a medium, unless it was an expert who specialized in the cultivation of the soul, it would be impossible for the soul of that expert to execute any techniques. On the other hand, Yang Ye's body was the tiny vortex's territory. So, wasn't the old man courting death? Of course, if he didn't have the tiny vortex, then the old man would have a huge chance at success. Because Yang Ye's soul couldn't resist the old man's soul at all. But the problem was he possessed the tiny vortex, erased from existence. That was the fate that the old man suffered. Such a method of death might not have ever occurred throughout the history of Dark Hell Continent. Yang Yi sized up the old man's corpse, shook his head, and said to himself, what a pity. Because the old man's corpse couldn't be refined into a sword servant. He needed the soul to be intact in order to refine the corpse into a sword servant. He needed a soul that didn't possess a consciousness of its own. But the corpse before him had no soul, so it was impossible to refine it into a sword servant. A sword servant at the Voider Realm was gone just like that. Yang Yi didn't just feel that it was a pity, his heart hurt. After feeling regretful for some time, Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the spatial ring on the old man's finger. He waved his hand, and it flew into his grasp. Yang Yi gazed at it and spoke softly, I hope there are some nice treasures in there. As he spoke, his divine sense swept through it, and then Yang Yi was stunned. because his divine sense was actually unable to see through it. Yang Yi looked at it carefully. He noticed that the spatial ring had a spirit barrier within it. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he flicked over a strand of sword and tint that enveloped the spatial ring. Around 10 minutes passed before a slight crack arose from it. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth when he heard that sound, and his divine sense entered the spatial ring. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's smile to widen, because the spatial ring actually had 30,000 violet crystals within it. Besides that, there was a golden spear and a golden axe. Both of them were quasi-emperor rank weapons. Even though the rest of the treasures within the spatial ring weren't bad, they were beneath his notice. Such treasures! Yang Yi put the spatial ring away and glanced at the surroundings, and then his figure flashed down to the ground. He hadn't chosen to leave because he felt that he was about to advance. It wasn't because he wanted to. It was merely because his accumulations had arrived at a certain level. What was the fastest way to improve one's strength? It isn't meditating and cultivating, of course. It was battle. Battle was the fastest way to improve one's strength. Which extraordinary genius hadn't experienced hundreds of battle? Yang Yi was the same. Not to mention the battles of the past. Even if just the present was considered, he'd practically never stopped fighting since he arrived at this world. Actually, such frequent battles were extremely beneficial to him. Because it didn't just improve his combat experience, it was even able to constantly stimulate the potential within him. Yang Yi didn't charge into the quasi-emperor realm, and he suppressed himself instead. Even though advancing into a mid-rank saint would improve his strength tremendously, if he were to look at it in terms of his long-term interests, then the disadvantages would actually outweigh the benefits. He naturally believed what Lady told him. The important matter at hand for him wasn't to charge into the quasi-emperor or emperor realm, and it was to consolidate his foundation. Once his foundation was consolidated, advancing his realm of cultivation wouldn't be difficult at all. After all, there was no eye of the heaven Tao to obstruct him here. Yang Ye's aura was growing incessantly, but it didn't take long for his aura to be suppressed. However, just a while passed before his aura grew once more. Just like that, Yang Ye's aura entered into an incessant cycle of growing and being suppressed. Actually, his foundation was extremely solid when compared to many. However, it was much inferior when compared to those top-rate geniuses like Lady. For the sake of preventing any potential troubles from arising in the future, he had to suppress himself for now. Countless people in this world wished for nothing more than to see their strength improve quickly, and it was even to the extent that they stopped at nothing in order to improve their cultivation. While one couldn't say that none acted like Yang Yi and intentionally suppressed themselves from advancing, it was absolutely rare. Just like that, time trickled by. Chapter 12:21 Revolt. Chapter 12:21 Revolt. Doomsday City. At this moment, it wasn't bustling as it had been. The atmosphere in the city was heavy while gloominess covered practically everyone's faces. Even though they were extremely confident in Yang Yi, he wasn't facing an emperor this time. It was a voider. Emperors couldn't be compared to such an expert at all. Could Yang Yi return alive? That was what everyone wondered. It didn't take long for a day to pass, but Yang Yi still hadn't returned. A second day passed, but Yang Yi still hadn't returned. At this moment, many people in the city weren't able to restrain themselves any longer. But the city was still very calm, and no trouble had arisen. The third day passed, but there was still no sign of Yang Yi. Now, news about Yang Ye's death started to spread through the city. In the beginning, only a few were spreading it, but it didn't take long for more and more to do so. Panic started to arise in the city. Once the fourth day passed, the news of Yang Ye's death was practically being spread throughout the city. Sword Master Hall. Yi Luyun sat before a wooden table, and a huge mountain of scrolls was laid out on the table. There were naturally numerous problems to deal with when managing a city. These problems included the living arrangements and the distribution of both cultivation resources and assignments. Besides that, there were countless other miscellaneous problems. Yang Yi didn't have the time to deal with all of that, so all of that responsibility had fallen onto Yi Luyun. Of course, it was impossible for her to personally deal with everything. However, she had to make the decisions for some things. That was something she requested herself, because a city, and especially a city like Doomsday City, had numerous different factions within it. If some things weren't managed well, it was very likely for it to give rise to chaos. There were many things that couldn't be suppressed with strength. Big Sister Lu Yun, rest for a while. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang suddenly arrived by Yi Liu Yun's side, and there was pain in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Liu Yun. Because it was all thanks to Yi Liu Yun that Doomsday City was able to function in such an orderly manner. Yi Liu Yun glanced at Nan Shuang and smiled. I'm fine. Go on and enjoy yourself. Nan Shuang shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and said, Big Sister Liu Yun, he will come back, right? Yi Liu Yun's figure stiffened. A short while later, she was about to speak when a group suddenly walked into the hall. Yi Liu Yun frowned because she'd given the order that no one was allowed to enter without her approval. The group was full of familiar faces. It included Elder Mo's group from the Snow Lion Mercs, the Wolf Soul Mercs that were the first to join the Sword Alliance, and some independent cultivators. All of them were quasi-emperors. Over 70 of them. Yi Liu Yun's gaze descended onto Elder Mo. Elder Mo, what's the meaning of this? Elder Mo and Yuan Feng exchanged glances. In the end, Elder Mo spoke. Counselor Yi, we're here today to find out if the Sword Master has returned. Yi Liu Yun replied. No, but he should be back soon. Soon. Elder Mo chuckled. Counselor Yi, we're all intelligent people. Would anyone even believe that? Yi Liu Yun stood up slowly and looked Elder Mo in the eyes. What do you want? Elder Mo looked her in the eyes. Merc Leader Yi, I'll just get straight to the point. The Sword Master will definitely not be able to return. Yi Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you realize what you're saying? Of course. Elder Mo continued. Merc Leader Yi, wake up. It was a Voider Realm expert. Even though the Sword Master is extremely stronger, can he fight a Voider? Since there has been no news of him for so many days, he has definitely fallen. How dare you? Nan Shuang shouted furiously. Old man Mo, are you trying to revolt? Revolt? Elder Mo glanced coldly at Nan Shuang. Little girl, there's no place for you to speak here. Fuck off. You. Nan Shuang was about to speak when Yi Liu Yun stopped her and said, Elder Mo, just tell me why you're here. Elder Mo took a deep breath, and then he and the others behind him bowed slightly to Yi Liu Yun. Merc Leader Yi, a house can't be without a master, and a kingdom can't be without a king. The Sword Alliance is without a leader, and we're willing to acknowledge you as the master of the Sword Alliance. Nan Shuang was stunned. She turned around to gaze at Yi Liu Yun, and there was a trace of vigilance in her eyes. Yi Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Elder Mo added, Merc Leader Yi, the World Devastator cult, the two cities, and the two sects have suffered heavy injuries. It's exactly the right moment for our Sword Alliance to rise to prominence. As for those sword cultivators and emperors, they joined the Sword Alliance because of Yang Yi. Since Yang Yi has fallen, they'll definitely leave as well. Merc Leader Yi, you just have to nod, and the Sword Alliance will belong to us from now on. Yi Liu Yun asked, all of you've been planning this for a long time? Elder Mo replied, not very long. However, Doomsday City is within our control now. Anyone with other intentions, or those who refuse to agree, have been restrained by us. That includes the Phoenix Mercs and some independent cultivators. We've restrained all of them. Now, it all depends on whether you agree. Big Sister Liu Yun. Nan Shuang gazed at Yi Liu Yun while the vigilance in her eyes grew stronger. Because she knew that Yi Liu Yun had a puppet at the Emperor Realm. If Yi Liu Yun utilized it, then even if it couldn't annihilate them, it could get both of them safely out of here. However, Yi Liu Yun hadn't utilized it. Why? Because she might have the intent to accept their offer. Elder Mo continued, Merc Leader Yi, let's just be frank. Even though we've restrained most people in the city, many of them carry various different intentions. But if you were to step forward, then I'm certain that they'll support you unconditionally. Because you're Yang Ye's representative in their hearts, and your words are equivalent to his. Yi Liu Yun clenched her fists while she seemed to be visibly moved. Yuan Feng hurriedly spoke when he noticed this. Merc Leader Yi, we aren't betraying Yang Yi. He's dead. So it isn't necessary to continue waiting for a dead man, right? So long as we work together, the Sword Alliance will definitely become the #1 power throughout the continent in the future. Because no power dares to offend the Sword Alliance now. Moreover, we have 2 divine-grade spirit veins and a saint-grade spirit vein in the city. So long as we stay united and work together, the continent will be ours. You ungrateful bastards! Meanwhile, Nanshuang pointed at Elder Mo's group and shouted furiously, "Have you no heart? If it wasn't for Yang Yi, all of you would have been crushed by the Dark Sky sect. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, all of you would still be risking your lives every day. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, most of you would have never had the chance to advance into the quasi-emperor realm. Now, all of you actually intend to revolt? All of you? Shut your mouth." Elder Imo suddenly roared with fury. His gaze descended onto Nan Shuang while a trace of ferocity arose in his eyes. You had Yang Yi backing you, so your status in the city was special, and you looked down upon us. We've been unable to stand the sight of you for a long time now. Now, Yang Yi isn't here to support you, so let me see who can save you now. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and added, "Capture her. You can do with her as you will. It doesn't matter no matter what you do." As soon as he gave the order, some of the quasi-emperor realm mercenaries behind Elder Imo started walking in Nanshuang's direction. Nanshuang's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly gazed at Yi Luyun, but Yi Luyun just lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Chapter 1222, I Can Act Like an Azura as Well. Chapter 1222, I Can Act Like an Azura as Well. Wait. Yi Luyun spoke abruptly. Everyone gazed at her. Nan Shuang heaved a sigh of relief while a cold glow flickered in Elder Imo and the others' eyes, and they revealed displeased expressions. Yi Luyun glanced at Elder Mo's group and said, "Are all of you in that much of a rush?" Elder Imo laughed coldly. "Merc Leader Yi, the Sword Alliance has grown to a certain extent, and coupled with the fact that it has made a name for itself, it can be said that the Sword Alliance's future is limitless. I'm confident that many others within the Sword Alliance are prepared to take over the Sword Alliance, and that probably includes you, Merc Leader Yi. If we don't act now, then we probably wouldn't get anything once the others make a move." Yuan Feng spoke as well. "Merc Leader Yi, we aren't betraying Yang Yi, and we're just seeing a way out for ourselves. You were once appointed as the counselor of the Sword Alliance by Yang Yi, and your reputation in the city is extremely great. You stand just below him and above everyone else. If you join forces, then the Sword Alliance will be yours." Yi Luyun glanced at Yuan Feng and said, "Merc Leader Yuan, you were the first to join Yang Yi, so I never expected you to do this. Hasn't Yang Yi been good to all of you? Techniques and violet crystals have always been treasures that only disciples of the diamond rank powers possessed, yet all of you possess it now. All of you. That was like giving alms to beggars." Elder Imo interrupted Yi Luyun and spoke fiercely, "Merc Leader Yi, even you know that Merc Leader Yuan was the first to follow him. But just take a look. Who is Merc Leader Yuan within the Sword Alliance? He's no one. It isn't just him. Just take a look at us. What are we within the Sword Alliance?" He pointed at Nan Shuang at this point and said, "Our status in the Sword Alliance can't even compare to that bitch. What has she done for the Sword Alliance? Nothing." Meanwhile, Yuan Feng spoke coldly, "Merc Leader Yi, your status is higher than us, and we acknowledge it because your ability is extraordinary indeed. However, why does she, Nan Shuang, possess status that surpasses us? Moreover, she always gets the most violet crystals when Yang Yi distributes them. What makes her so special?" Nan Shuang clenched her fists and remained silent. "Of course," Elder Imo continued, "that's just one of the problems. There are many other things that Yang Yi didn't do fairly. Fortunately, we don't have to care about his opinion now. Now, we decide everything in the Sword Alliance. Merc Leader Yi, let me ask you one last time. Are you willing to be the master of the Sword Alliance?" Yi Luyun shook her head lightly. As expected, a person's desire can never be satisfied. Elder Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Merc Leader Yi, there's really no need for you to persist here for that fellow, Yang Ye's, sake. He's a dead man now. Is it even worth going against the living for the sake of the dead? Merc Leader Yi, even if you refuse to think about yourself, you should think about the members of your Soul Eater Mercs, right?" Meanwhile, An old man led a few dozen others into the hall. Nanshuang's expression changed when she saw them, and she unconsciously took a few steps back, because they were the members of the Soul Eater Mercs. The old man led them over to Yi Luyun, and he said, "Little girl, you've done so much for Yang Yi. He's dead now, so there's no need to continue. Shut your mouth." Suddenly, Yi Luyun shouted. She stared fixedly at the old man while tears rolled down her face. "No wonder I didn't receive any information when such a sudden change occurred in the city. So, all of you who were my eyes and ears have become traitors as well. Uncle Ling, why? Why have you chosen to be a traitor? Why? Why did you have to do this?" As she finished speaking, Yi Luyun was practically howling. The old man said, "Little girl, we're doing this for your own good. You did all you could for the Sword Alliance, but what did you get in return? Just meaningless reputation. With the ability you possess, it's entirely sufficient for you to be the master of the Sword Alliance. You, shut up." Yi Luyun suddenly walked over to the old man. Her eyes were completely red while pain covered her face. A long time passed before she suddenly knelt down slowly and said, "Sword Master, I'm willing to exchange my life for Uncle Ling and the others." Everyone here frowned and felt puzzled. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "I'll think about it." The bodies of everyone within the hall instantly stiffened when they heard this voice. Besides Nanshuang, a strand of panic suffused the hearts of everyone else within the hall, and some even slumped down on the ground. Because it was Yang Ye's voice. Yang Yi walked into the hall. Elder Imo, Yuan Feng, and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly when they saw Yang Yi, and their bodies couldn't help but shiver. They were all quasi-emperors, so they naturally possessed extraordinary strength and mental strength. However, Yang Yi was too terrifying. He wasn't just terrifying because of his strength. It was because of how he did things. "Flee!" Suddenly, one of them shouted, and then his figure shot towards the exit. However, he hadn't even moved 1 kilometer away when his head flew up into the air. The others who wanted to flee had instantly discarded such a thought when they witnessed this scene. After all, Yang Yi could kill emperors in an instant, let alone them. Yang Yi ignored everyone here, and then his gaze descended onto Nanshuang. Nanshuang was looking at him as well. 2 streams of tears gradually seeped out from Nanshuang's eyes, and it didn't take long for her to run forward and hug Yang Yi. I thought you weren't coming back." Yang Yi patted her back lightly and smiled. "Didn't I tell you? I'll definitely be back." Nanshuang took a step back and looked up at Yang Yi. "Did you get back here a long time ago?" Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "What do you think?" "You definitely did." She glared at him. Yang Yi smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, Dugu Jian, Qin Zhuyao, and the other sword cultivators suddenly walked into the hall. They instantly heaved sighs of relief in their hearts when they saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the Sword Alliance's pillar of spiritual support. If Yang Yi was gone, the Sword Alliance would definitely collapse, and they would leave the Sword Alliance. The reason they were staying in the Sword Alliance was Yang Yi and Yang Yi alone. Only Yang Yi could make them stay willingly, because Yang Yi was the goal that every sword cultivator pursued. After Dugu Jian and the others arrived, Jin Su, Jin Ji, Jin Feng, and the others arrived. Jin Su gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I thought you wouldn't be coming back." Yang Yi chuckled. "I was almost unable to come back." Jin Su glanced at Yang Yi and didn't ask him how he managed to come back alive. He glanced at Yuan Feng and the others, and then he said, "We didn't interfere because these are internal affairs. You said that Lu Yun would manage the internal affairs. Of course, most importantly, if you didn't return, then the matters of the Sword Alliance would have no relation to us at all, because we would leave." They were just like Dugu Jian and the others. They joined the Sword Alliance because of Yang Yi. After all, the Sword Alliance would only have hope if it had Yang Yi. While it was still a colossus in the eyes of Yuan Feng's group, even if Yang Yi was gone, they felt that it couldn't even be considered a third-rate power if Yang Yi was gone. They were following Yang Yi because they had a common goal with Yang Yi, and they weren't doing it for tiny benefits like Elder Imo and the others. If Yang Yi was gone, they would naturally leave. Or to be a little straightforward, staying in the Sword Alliance that was without Yang Yi would be a complete waste of their time and effort. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I understand." As he spoke, He gazed at Yi Luyun, who was kneeling at the side. You knew I was still alive? He hadn't notified anyone of his return to Doomsday City, but Yi Luyun knew that he was back. She spoke softly, the puppet. Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding. He'd left the remaining Emperor Realm sword servants to Yi Luyun before he left. As the actual master of those sword servants, they would definitely cease to work once he died. But those sword servants were still working until now, and it proved that Yang Yi was alive. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Luyun, and then he stretched out his hand to help her up. Men should never kneel, and it's the same for women. Don't kneel easily, understand? Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi, and she was about to speak, yet Yang Yi spoke first. You want me to spare the Soul Eater mercs? She nodded in response. Meanwhile, Elder Imo, Yuan Feng, and the others knelt down before Yang Yi and spoke in unison. Sword Master, we realize our mistakes. Please spare us. Flee? How? Not to mention that Yang Yi had 7 emperors on his side. Just Yang Yi alone was sufficient to crush them. There was only one way for them to live, and it was to beg for mercy. Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Feng and the others. I considered all of you to be one of my own, and I thought that all of you would do the same. But I underestimated the human heart. Humans are like this. They are never satisfied. Sword Master, I was mistaken. I was truly mistaken. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng slapped himself a few times in succession and said, Please consider our relationship in the past and spare me. Please be merciful. Sword Master, please be merciful. The others behind Yuan Feng laid flat on the ground and begged for mercy. Jin Su, Dugu Jian, and the others remained silent. Sword Master. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun hesitated for a moment and intended to say something. However, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, I, Yang Yi, never betray those who don't betray me. But if someone betrays me, I'll definitely kill that person. As he spoke, Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Feng and the others. I have a benevolent heart when managing the Sword Alliance, but I can't act like an Azura as well. Kill everyone who betrayed the Sword Alliance today. Don't leave a single one of them alive. Chapter 12:23 Blood. How familiar. Chapter 12:23 Blood. How familiar. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, rays of light flashed incessantly, and it didn't take long for shrill cries to resound without end. Sword Master, spare me. Spare me. Sword Master, we realize our mistakes. Yang Yi, I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse a horrible death upon you. It didn't take long for just a few dozen to be left here. All of them were members of the Soul Eater mercs. Even though Yang Yi hadn't killed them, their legs were trembling, and they couldn't even stand properly. However, they heaved sighs of relief, and it was the same for Yi Luyun. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke once more. I didn't kill all of you because of Luyun. She has rendered great service by managing the Sword Alliance well since it was established. All of you are her loved ones and brothers, so I don't want to make her sad or feel disappointed. However, while you can avoid death, you can't avoid punishment. From this moment onward, all of you are no longer members of the Sword Alliance. I don't want to see all of you in Doomsday City again. If I do, then trust me, it'll definitely be the last time. They heaved sighs of relief in their hearts because their lives were safe. However, they hurriedly looked at Yi Luyun because they hoped that she would speak on their behalf and allow them to stay in the Sword Alliance. The benefits given to the members of the Sword Alliance was something that even the disciples of other powers couldn't compare to. Once they left, they would lose everything. They would have to return to those days of wandering through the world. Most importantly, once they lost the Sword Alliance's protection, they might die at any moment while wandering the world. Yi Luyun glanced at the members of the Soul Eater mercs, and then she shook her head. Because this was the best outcome. If she did try to beg on their behalf, then she would be pushing it. Their expressions instantly became unsightly when they saw Yi Luyun shake her head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and gazed at Dugu Jian, Qin Zhuyao, and the others. There are more traitors in the city. Deal with all of them. As I said, kill all of them. Dugu Jian and Qin Zhuyao nodded before leading the group away. Jinsu said, Since you're fine, Then we old fellows can rest at ease. Go ahead and deal with the matters here. We old fellows aren't interested in all of this, nor are we able to deal with it." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Su and the others left the hall as well. Nan Shuang and the members of the Soul Eater Mercs left the hall right after, and only Yang Yi and Yi Luyuan remained here. Yang Yi asked, "Do you hate me for driving them out?" She shook her head. "They should have been killed." As soon as she finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, you shouldn't have killed those fellows." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Yi Luyuan replied, "The Sword Alliance's losses will be severe, because there were definitely many who participated in it this time. Killing them all will make the Sword Alliance's strength fall greatly. I think that just killing the main culprits is sufficient." Yang Yi replied, "You're right. The Sword Alliance will definitely lose 60 or 70% of its quasi-emperors during this cleanup. As for those below the quasi-emperor realm, it would probably be even more. I understand that, but I still chose to kill them." Yi Luyuan looked up at Yang Yi and said, "Why?" He answered, "They are actually like tumors growing on you. It would really hurt to cut them off, but leaving them there might bring even greater harm to our entire body. I don't want the Sword Alliance to have such tumors." Yi Luyuan remained silent for a long time before she spoke. They were very foolish. She was a smart person and understood it all. Actually, the Sword Alliance was only truly the Sword Alliance while Yang Yi was present, and only then was it strong. No matter how great her reputation and prestige were in the Sword Alliance, if Yang Yi was gone, then even becoming the true master of the Sword Alliance was meaningless. Why? Because the true experts of the Sword Alliance would leave once Yang Yi was gone. Once those experts leave, the Sword Alliance would only be left with a bunch of weaklings. Greed clouds the heart. Yang Yi continued, "They thought that I wouldn't be coming back and were deeply afraid that someone would take possession of the Sword Alliance, so they acted impatiently. Actually, I really wanted to show mercy. But when I thought of the fate that Nan Shuang and the others who refused to become traitors would face if I didn't return, I couldn't show mercy anymore." "I understand," Yi Luyuan replied. She naturally understood the true reason they wanted her to be the master of the Sword Alliance. They just wanted to use her to temporarily stabilize the situation in the city. Once that was done, the power and authority they gained would be perfectly justifiable. At that time, the first person they killed would be her. Yang Yi said, "After this incident, I believe that the Sword Alliance will be much more united than ever before." As he spoke, he sized her up and said, "Your strength is still too weak. You have to find a way to advance into the Emperor realm." "I don't have time to cultivate." Yi Luyuan lowered her head slightly. She was managing all the internal affairs of the Sword Alliance. It could be said that she was the busiest person in the city. "I'm sorry," said Yang Yi. Even though he was the one who'd established the Sword Alliance, he'd practically left all management of the Sword Alliance to her. It could be said that if he didn't have her to do all of that, one could only imagine how the Sword Alliance would be right now. After all, besides one's strength, one needed managerial ability to manage a power. But he didn't possess such ability, and the others within the Sword Alliance didn't as well. "This is my choice." Yi Luyuan grinned. "Just as I said before, I prefer such a life more than how I used to live." Yang Yi nodded and flicked a golden fruit to her. "That's a fruit of creation. I don't know if it can help you advance to the Emperor realm, but it'll still be very beneficial to you even if it can't." Yi Luyuan glanced at it and didn't refuse it. She put it away and said, "I'll consider it part of my wages." Yang Yi chuckled. "Does our Sword Alliance have an assignment hall now? A place specially established to accept assignments?" She nodded. "It has already started to take shape." Yang Yi nodded and flicked a spatial ring over to her. "There are 2 quasi-emperor rank treasures and various other items in there. I have no use for them. Choose what you want and keep anything that's suitable for you. If there isn't anything you need, then place them at the assignment hall. In short, make arrangements for them." She glanced at him and said, "That old man is dead, right?" Yang Yi nodded slightly. She didn't inquire further and put the spatial ring away. "Then I'll be leaving." Yang Yi replied, "All right." Yi Luyuan bowed slightly to Yang Yi and left. Right when she was about to leave the hall, Yang Ye's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Even though we've left Cloudfall City, It's still a place that we once called our base. So send someone to manage that place. Right? You can send anyone. Her figure stiffened, and a long time passed before she took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." Yi Luyun walked out of the hall once she finished speaking. The gloominess on her face had vanished, and she had a smile of happiness on her face. Yang Yi revealed a smile as he watched her vanish into the distance. After that, he waved his right hand and 8 corpses appeared before him. 7 of them were the corpses of emperors, and the last was the head snatcher who was just a quasi-emperor. Yang Yi was just about to start refining them when his gaze suddenly descended onto the head snatcher's chest. There was some tiny blood red writing there. He pressed his index and middle fingers together before waving it across the center of the head snatcher's shirt, causing it to be instantly sliced open. The head snatcher's chest was actually covered in tiny blood-red words. Yang Yi frowned as he gazed at the words. The head snatcher technique? The void rank. He hadn't expected that such a technique would be inscribed on the head snatcher's body. Moreover, it was a void rank technique. After all, void rank techniques weren't emperor rank techniques. Even he hadn't seen many techniques like this. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time, and his gaze descended onto those words when he thought about how his throat had almost been slit open earlier. That technique was very strange, extremely strange, and even he had almost lost his head during the battle. He didn't mind learning such a strange and mysterious method of attack. Yang Ye's face turned solemn as he looked through it, because he noticed that it was very terrifying. It stressed upon control of the enemy's blood to launch an attack from within the enemy. Controlling another's blood would catch that person off guard, because very few would be paying attention to the situation within their body and suppress their own blood at all times while they fought, just like what had happened to him. If the tiny vortex hadn't acted and suppressed his blood, his throat might have been split open. The reason the head snatcher could kill emperors was actually this technique. Yang Yi noticed that if it was cultivated to its limits, then it wasn't just capable of snatching the enemy's head, it could even detonate the blood within the enemy's body. Of course, it was better to use it to snatch an enemy's head. Why? Because it was blood and brutal. Not bad. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. After he committed the technique to memory, he started to refine them. Even though the Sword Alliance had Jian Su and the others, and it had 7 emperors now, would anyone complain about having too many emperors? Refining 7 emperors and the head snatcher in one go was difficult, but it wasn't a huge problem for him now. 2 days later, once he finished refining all the corpses, he had a total of 11 Emperor Realm sword servants when the other sword servants that survived the battle were included. Coupled with Jian Su's group, the Sword Alliance had 18 emperors now. Once he finished refining the sword servants, Yang Yi started to cultivate the head snatcher technique. The head snatcher technique was much simpler than Yang Yi had imagined, because it had a requirement that was extremely harsh to others yet was absolutely simple to him. It required one to sense the blood within the enemy. Blood was too familiar to him. Chapter 12:24 Because I'm Strong. Chapter 12:24 Because I'm Strong. Time passed by slowly. 5 days later, Yang Yi left his cultivation room and held a meeting. At this moment, the hall had far fewer people than before, and those missing people were naturally dead. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Yi Luyun. How many participated in the revolt? She replied, almost 100 quasi-emperors and over 3,000 saints. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, we'll leave this matter at that. How's the situation at the Dark Sky sect, Frostwind City, and the Darkwada sect? Violet Thistle City has taken over the Dark Sky sect. Yi Luyun continued. Frostwind City and the Darkwada sect have sealed themselves off. Besides that, there has been no movement from them. I've sent people to advise them to surrender, and they are willing to do so. But they have conditions. Yang Yi said, what conditions? She replied, they want it to be just like how it was with the World Devastator cult. They are willing to submit to us and pay 10,000 violet crystals to us every year. However, they won't join the Sword Alliance. How laughable. Yang Yi shook his head. They actually think that they're still qualified to talk about conditions. Yang Yi stood up slowly. I think that it isn't necessary for the Darkwada sect and Frostwind City to continue existing. Everyone looked up at Yang Yi while their blood boiled. Because Yang Ye's words represented that the Darkwada sect and Frostwind City, diamond rank powers that had existed on the continent for 10,000 years, would be vanishing from the continent. Let us go. Meanwhile, Jian Su stepped forward. He glanced at Dugu Jian's group and said, "These little fellows lack the opportunity to fight true experts. So, let the Darkwada sect and Frostwind City be training for them. Moreover, you're the master of an alliance. It isn't necessary for you to do it yourself." Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. "Since that's the case, then I'll leave it to Senior Jian Su." Jian Su nodded, and then he gazed at Dugu Jian's group. "Come with me. The last 10 will be prohibited from bathing for a month, and you'll have to strip naked and run 100 rounds around the city." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Su, Jian Feng, and the others vanished on the spot. Dugu Jian and the others were stunned, and then their faces became unsightly. "Isn't that punishment a little too heavy?" Swish! A ray of light flashed by as Huan Kong vanished into the sky. "Huan Kong, you shameless bastard! We haven't even been told to begin." Lin Fan roared with fury and hastily chased after Huan Kong. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian and the others had recovered from their shock. Their profound energy surged madly as they shot out of the hall on their swords. The others within the hall chuckled at the sight of this. "I need some violet crystals." Suddenly, a voice resounded in the hall. Yang Yi looked towards its source and noticed that it was Jianji. Jianji said, "I intend to set up the Endless Sword Formation in Doomsday City. I've practically gathered everything else, and I just lack violet crystals." Yang Yi was delighted. He'd almost forgotten that Jianji was a sword formation master, and was the best sword formation master on the continent. Yang Yi immediately asked, "How many do you need?" Jianji replied, 20,000. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard him. After all, 20,000 was an astronomical figure to them. Yang Yi was slightly stunned as well. Even though he had over 100,000 violet crystals, it didn't represent that he could treat them like rocks. After all, the Sword Alliance would definitely require a huge number of violet crystals for other things as well. Jianji added, "If it's set up successfully and has your sword intent at its core, then we can even hold off 50 emperors. If you ceaselessly provide your sword intent to the formation, then even 100 emperors would dare not enter the formation." "It's that strong?" Yang Yi was astounded. After all, if it was 100 emperors, then even he would have no choice but to flee before them. If he was surrounded by them, then only death would await him unless Cheongqi came out and took him away. It couldn't be helped because 100 emperors could tire him to death. Jianji replied, "It wasn't that strong, but it would be that strong once it has your sword intent." This time, Yang Yi didn't hesitate and flicked a spatial ring over to Jianji. "There are 30,000 violet crystals there. If there are extras, just keep them for your own cultivation." Jianji glanced at Yang Yi and didn't refuse it. He took the spatial ring, turned around, and left the hall. Yang Yi said, "Everyone besides Lu Yun can leave now." All of them bowed slightly to Yang Yi before leaving the hall. Yang Yi said, "I intend to enter into closed-door cultivation to consolidate my foundation. Just like before, you manage all internal affairs during this period. Senior Jian Su will manage the external affairs." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and 11 sword servants appeared before Yi Lu Yun. Yang Yi said, "Emperor Realm puppets aren't very useful to me, but they are very helpful to you, right? I'll keep 2 to protect Nanshuang, and you can make arrangements for the rest." "Why do you trust me so much?" Yi Lu Yun looked Yang Yi in the eyes and suddenly asked such a question. Yang Yi and her didn't know each other before this, and it was even to the extent that they'd clashed. However, Yang Ye's trust in her since she joined the Sword Alliance was simply incomparable to anyone else. Yang Yi smiled. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Yi Lu Yun replied, "The lie first." Yang Yi said, "Because I think that you're an extremely principled person. So, how could you possibly do something like betraying me?" She glanced at him and asked, "What about the truth?" Yang Yi replied, "Because I'm strong. I'm so strong that I don't fear betrayal from you. and I'm so strong that you wouldn't dare to betray me." Yi Luyun was stunned, and then she lowered her head slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "That was in the past. Now I trust you because I treat you as one of my own. So, you don't have to treat yourself as my subordinate because I never have." She looked up at him, and a short while passed before she cracked a smile. "I understand. Cultivate swell. Just leave the Sword Alliance to me." Yang Yi nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Have you found the World Devastator cult's location?" Yi Luyun shook her head. "No one knows where their base is. As for those emperors who'd come to attack, all of them are dead. However, I'll continue sending our forces to investigate." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He pondered deeply for a long while before he said, "Let Senior Jin Su's group do the investigating. It's too dangerous for all of you to do it. Even though many of its emperors have fallen, we don't know if they still have the strength to fight. In short, use all our networks of information and take strict precautions. We can't be careless." Yi Luyun replied, "I will. Right. I've established an intelligence department in the Sword Alliance, and Tsang Lan is managing it." Yang Yi smiled. "You can make the decisions for that." Yi Luyun glanced at him and said, "If my strength surpasses you, or becomes almost on par with you one day, and then I revolt, you'll definitely be finished." She was practically managing everything in the Sword Alliance, and the appointment of many to their respective positions had been done so under her orders. So, it could be said that if her strength was on par with Yang Yi, then she had at least an 80 or 90% chance to succeed at revolting. Yang Yi smiled. "Then I'll work hard on getting stronger so that you can never revolt. That's for the best." She exchanged glances with Yang Yi and smiled once she finished speaking. Yang Yi returned to his cultivation room once Yi Luyun left. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waved his right hand. A few hundred violet crystals appeared around him, and then they started to burn up before countless strands of spirit energy surged out madly. The agreement of 3 years. He'd never forgotten the 3-year agreement he'd made with Lady, but he knew that he had to become extremely strong to fulfill it. How terrifying was Lady's strength. It could be said that he couldn't defeat her even now. So how terrifying was that expert who defeated Lady? If he went to fulfill the agreement without powerful strength, then he wouldn't be going there to fulfill the agreement, he would be going there to die. Besides that, he hadn't forgotten about the Radiant Dimension. Yu Wushuang, Lu Wanner, White Deer Academy, and the others were there. They were definitely waiting for him. Moreover, the Alliance of Guardians, there wasn't something he could resist right now. Strength. He needed powerful strength to protect the people in the Radiant Dimension, and only then could he help Lady. Otherwise, all of them in the Radiant Dimension would die, and Lady would die as well. Besides that, he hadn't obtained the Stellar Sword diagram yet. He didn't have much time. The important matter at hand was to consolidate his foundation, because only then could he charge into the Quasi-Emperor realm and the Emperor realm. Cultivation was a never-ending process. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Many things had occurred throughout Dark Hell Continent during this month. Frostwind City and the Darkwada sect had been destroyed, and they were taken over by the Sword Alliance. Besides the clans and powers that remained secluded from the world, only the Sword Alliance and Violet Thistle City remained throughout the continent. Especially the Sword Alliance, its speed of development could simply be described as being at the speed of sound. After it crushed Frostwind City and the Darkwada sect, the Sword Alliance's reputation hit its peak. Countless sword cultivators and independent cultivators were drawn by its reputation and requested to join the Sword Alliance. However, the Sword Alliance's requirements had become strict now. It only accepted quasi-emperors, and it had to be quasi-emperors with extremely good natural talent. It could be said that the Sword Alliance's influence was even greater than the World Devastator cult now. But its true leader, Yang Yi, seemed like he'd evaporated into thin air, and he hadn't shown himself all this time. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed, and the Sword Alliance was growing larger and larger. Presently, Yi Luyun was managing everything in the Sword Alliance. As for its leader, Yang Yi, some had almost forgotten him, especially those who just joined the Sword Alliance because they'd never met him. Outside Yang Ye's cultivation room, Yi Luyun would sit outside in silence for a long time. From time to time, she could be said to possess the greatest authority in the Sword Alliance, and just a single word from her could decide the fate of countless people. But she, even more so than anyone else, was very well aware that the true leader of the Sword Alliance was the person in the cultivation room, Yang Yi. Yang Yi was its sword master, and he was her sword master. Or perhaps he should be called her friend. Another month passed. One day, Yi Luyun came to the room just like she always did. Suddenly, the door opened slowly. Yi Luyun was stunned when she saw this, and then she was delighted and walked in. However, she was stunned when she entered because it was completely empty. She glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for her to notice a row of words on the floorboard. "I've gone to search for something. Don't worry about me." Chapter 12:25 I fought a few dozen emperors on my own. Chapter 12:25 I fought a few dozen emperors on my own. Outside Doomsday City, Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time before he turned around and left. The Sword Alliance was on the right course, and it had no powerful enemies left. So, he could do what he needed to do. This time, his objective was the ruins of the Sword God's palace. Even though it was a forbidden area for sword cultivators, he still had to go there. He'd been in this world for almost a year now, and he didn't have much time left. As for that expert who hated all the sword cultivators in the world, he couldn't be bothered about that. He wouldn't head there flagrantly, of course. So long as his sword intent remained restrained and coupled with the concealment provided by his sword domain, it was very difficult for others to discover that he was a sword cultivator unless that person paid attention to him at all times. But he couldn't use his sword. However, it didn't affect him much. Presently, he could suppress an emperor without any problem even if he didn't use his sword, because he was a mid-rank saint right now. After consolidating his foundation for a few months, the potential harm from advancing too quickly in the past had been eliminated. Once that was done, he stopped suppressing his cultivation. So, he was a mid-rank saint now. However, he didn't try charging into the high rank of the saint realm. In his opinion, it was best to allow his cultivation to advance naturally upon gaining sufficient accumulations. He hadn't been solely consolidating his foundation in these past few months. Besides that, he distributed some of his time to cultivate Point at the Heavens, Head Snatcher, Heaven Rend, and Death by a Thought. Especially Point at the Heavens and Head Snatcher. He just learned them and wasn't proficient in them, so he had to practice incessantly. After a few months of practice, all of those sword techniques had clearly improved, especially the Head Snatcher technique. Now, he really wanted to try snatching some heads. This time, Yang Yi had changed into a different set of clothes. He'd always preferred green clothes but wore a luxurious embroidered robe instead. Besides that, he wasn't holding a sword but a jade fan instead, and his gaze wasn't sharp as it used to be while a faint smile hung on his face. Moreover, he frequently unfolded the fan and fanned a few times like he wanted to draw attention. Needless to say, he really did give off the aura of a learned scholar. Based on his current dressing, no one would think he was a sword cultivator. Even if Yi Luyun and Nan Shuang saw him, they would probably think that they'd mistaken him for the real Yang Yi. Yang Yi had gotten himself a horse, and he laid on his back and whistled a tune while he let the white horse carry him forward. Snowy was on his chest. She was lying on his chest while she gazed at Yang Yi with her watery eyes and blinked, and then she frequently rubbed her head against Yang Yi's chin. Or she seized the moment he wasn't paying attention to sneak a kiss on his chin. Every single time she finished kissing him, she would immediately lay there motionlessly with her eyes closed, as if she'd fallen asleep. It was comfortable, indescribably comfortable. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. He'd been too busy in the past few years. So, when he finally calmed down, didn't fight, kill, or engage in deception just like this very moment. He really liked this feeling. Suddenly, Snowy raised her head and glanced at Yang Yi, and then she moved forward carefully to kiss Yang Yi on the chin. But right when she was about to kiss his chin, Yang Yi had suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at her. Snowy was stunned. She blinked, lowered her body slowly, and it didn't take long for snoring to resound. She was feigning sleep. Yang Yi chuckled, took her in his hands, and kissed her. After that he patted the white horse beneath him, and it sped up and transformed into a ray of white light that dashed towards the distance. Yang Yi was still holding Snowy while he laid there on the horse, and he was recalling everything Jin Su had told him about the ruins of Sword God's palace. The ruins of Sword God's palace was over 500,000 kilometers away from Doomsday City, on an island on Sword God Ocean. Sword God Ocean was renamed after Jin Wuji's title. It was the largest ocean on Dark Hell continent, and the headquarters of Sword God's palace was situated on an island at the center of the ocean, Sword God Island. Even though it was called an island, its size was shocking. It was simply like a small continent. However, that small continent was extremely dangerous now. There was no need to mention how dangerous it was for sword cultivators, because practically no sword cultivator dared to step foot into Sword God Ocean. Besides sword cultivators, ordinary cultivators didn't dare go there as well. Because the Sword God's palace had activated countless sword formations when it suffered the attack of a powerful enemy. Even though it was still destroyed in the end, many of the sword formations still existed. Those sword formations could even kill emperors. Besides those sword formations, there were vengeful spirits there as well. What were these vengeful spirits? They were the souls that numerous experts of the Sword God's palace had left behind all those years ago. When the Sword God's palace suffered calamity all those years ago, practically all the comparatively weaker disciples had been obliterated. However, while the physical bodies of those extremely formidable experts had been destroyed, the souls of many had survived. Those survival had transformed into vengeful spirits. According to Jin Su, it was very likely for vengeful spirits at the Voider Realm to exist there. It wouldn't be very terrifying if it was just a vengeful spirit. It was terrifying because those vengeful spirits had seized the souls of many who'd entered the ruins of Sword God's palace. So, those past experts of the Sword God's palace had been able to survive through such means. Even though their strength would definitely decline tremendously upon seizing the body of another, they were still extremely strong existences to many emperors. However, they didn't dare to leave Sword God's palace, because any sword cultivator that tried to enter or leave Sword God's palace would definitely die. Even though the ruins of Sword God's palace was so terrifying, many experts still headed there in succession because there were truly too many treasures there. All those years ago, the Sword God's palace wasn't just the strongest power on the continent. The title of strongest that it possessed even included the powers that were in seclusion from the world. It wasn't like the World Devastator cult that was only the strongest amongst the powers that existed out in the open on the continent. Besides being the strongest, the Sword God's palace was the wealthiest power. For example, while legendary techniques and precious treasures at the Void rank were rare in Sword God's palace, but there were practically no Void rank treasures throughout the continent. Void rank treasures were considered as rare even in Sword God's palace. However, Emperor rank treasures weren't rare. Even though they weren't absolutely common, they were truly quite ordinary in Sword God's palace. Especially the rumors which said that the stellar sword diagram was there. In the opinion of many experts, the treasures and stellar sword diagram within the Sword God's palace were impossible to refuse. Yang Yi was unable to refuse them as well. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that obtaining the stellar sword diagram wasn't an easy task. Those past experts of the Sword God's palace weren't a problem because the best amongst them only possessed Void rank sword intent, while he possessed Rebirth realm sword intent. So, those vengeful spirits were nothing to fear. He was truly worried about that mysterious expert. After all, it was an expert capable of destroying the Sword God's palace, so how terrifying was that expert's strength? If his identity as a sword cultivator was exposed and caused him to be targeted by that existence. Suddenly, the white horse stopped moving. At the same time, a clear and melodious voice resounded from ahead. "You on the white horse, I have something to ask you." Yang Yi sat up and looked over. He saw two men and a woman not too far away ahead. The men were a little over 20, and they were both quasi-emperors. The woman seemed to be around 16 or 17. She wore a tight-fitting violet crest, had bright eyes, sparkling teeth, and snow-white skin. Even though she was quite immature, She was definitely a future beauty. It was the woman who'd spoken just now. Yang Yi sized them up and was slightly surprised. Their natural talent was very good. Especially the woman, she'd attained the high rank of the Saint realm at such a young age. Moreover, based on her aura, she was just half a step away from the quasi-emperor realm. Of course, just that wasn't sufficient to make him feel shocked. He'd noticed that all three of them were actually sword cultivators, and they possessed void-rank sword intent. Where did these geniuses come from? Yang Yi grew even more curious. What are you looking at? Meanwhile, the man on the woman's left roared with fury when he saw Yang Yi staring at the woman. Yang Yi smiled and was about to speak, but the woman suddenly glared at the man on her left. Second brother, what are you shouting for? If he's staring at me, it means I'm beautiful. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, right? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he sized her up and said, indeed. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly into a smile, and then she pointed at Snowy, who was on Yang Ye's shoulder. Since I'm that beautiful, give it to me, all right? Snowy blinked, and then she hurriedly shook her head and wrapped her arms tightly around Yang Ye's neck. Yang Yi replied, I'm sure you've noticed her reaction. Oomph. She grunted coldly and reluctantly removed her gaze from Snowy before looking at Yang Yi. Let me ask you something. Do you know how to get to Doomsday City? Doomsday City? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. You're going to Doomsday City? She nodded. Of course. Doomsday City is the place that all the sword cultivators in the world yearn to be at. We're naturally going there. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. The place that all the sword cultivators in the world yearn to be at? The master of the Sword Alliance in Doomsday City, Yang Yi, has attained sword intent above the void rank. Above the void rank. Since Senior Jian Wuji, he's the only person on the continent to have achieved that. As she spoke, she revealed an expression of admiration. I heard he's very young. I wonder if he's handsome. Yang Yi spoke in a very serious manner. He's handsome. Extremely handsome. Snowy glanced at Yang Yi, and then hurriedly nodded to display her agreement. The woman's eyes lit up. Really? Yang Yi replied seriously. I guarantee it on my own name. She sized him up and said, since you seem like a pretty good person, let me say a few things about you. Based on your dressing, you should be a profligate disciple. Let me tell you that's bad. Saints are ants on the continent now, and it's very easy for someone like you to be killed for the spirit energy within you. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and spoke softly. Isn't Yang Yi a saint as well? Can you even be compared to him? The woman seemed like a little wild cat that had its tail stepped on. She glared angrily at Yang Yi. Can you? Even though he's just a saint, he's the #1 sword cultivator on the continent. Moreover, he once fought a few dozen emperors on his own. Can you accomplish that? A few dozen emperors on his own? Yang Yi blinked and said, I don't think something like that happened. He'd fought 10 emperors on his own, but a few dozen. Who told you that? She spoke angrily. That's what everyone says. Besides that, while he's a little over 20 just like you and a saint just like you, he can kill emperors like dogs. Moreover, he's the leader of the strongest power on the continent. Can you even accomplish that? Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed from being admired like that. He hesitated for a moment and spoke humbly. Actually, he isn't as outstanding as you think. He's just an ordinary person, and he has many flaws. Seriously, you? She suddenly drew the sword on her waist and pointed it at Yang Yi before howling furiously. You actually dared to insult my idol. Either you or I will die today. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her sword, and a strand of sword energy formed an arc that slashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was flabbergasted when he saw her attack. Chapter 12:26 Blind Maiden. Chapter 12:26 Blind Maiden. Yang Yi was flabbergasted. After all, how could he possibly insult himself? However, right when it was about to arrive in front of Yang Yi, a strand of sword energy tore through the air and shattered her sword energy. Yang Yi gazed at the man on her left whom she addressed as second brother because he was the one who'd shattered her sword energy. The man glanced at her and said, You Xian, stop causing trouble. The woman glanced at him with displeasure and said, "Second brother, why are you helping an outside? Besides that, he insulted the person that you idolize as well. Aren't you going to teach him a lesson?" "I idolize Yang Yi, but that has to be done with reason," he continued. "Just look at yourself. You won't even allow others to say anything about him. How can you do that?" "Why not?" She glared at him. "Let me tell you that if anyone dares to speak ill about Yang Yi, then I'll kill that person." As she spoke, she turned to look at Yang Yi. "You have to apologize, or I'll kill you." Yang Yi was speechless. Her second brother was about to say something when she suddenly glared at him. "Lin Erlang, help him again, and I'll tell sister-in-law that you were flirting with other women." "You." The man called Lin Erlang glared at her. "You little girl, are you trying to get your second brother killed?" Lin Yuxian grunted coldly, and then she turned around to look at Yang Yi before drawing her sword. "Are you going to apologize or not?" Yang Yi rubbed his nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What the hell? She wants me to apologize to myself? Just apologize." Meanwhile, Lin Erlang gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're not a sword cultivator, so you're unaware of Yang Ye's status in our hearts. Not to mention Yu Xian, even I didn't really like it when you spoke like that about him." Yang Yi asked with slight curiosity, "His status in your hearts?" Lin Erlang replied, "Two experts with sword intent above the void rank have appeared here throughout the history of Dark Hell Continent. One was Senior Jian Wuji, and the other is Yang Yi. If he merely possessed strength, then we would just envy him and respect him at most. However, he isn't just strong, he's even acting on behalf of us, sword cultivators. Have you heard about that goal of his?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "His goal?" Lin Erlang nodded. "I heard that his goal is to allow sword cultivation to rise once more in the world, and to make the universe respect us sword cultivators." Lin Erlang's face was filled with respect and admiration when he spoke up to this point, and there was fervor and adoration in his eyes. It wasn't just Lin Erlang, Lin Yuxian, and the other man were the same. Yang Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected that something he'd casually said that day would actually make these sword cultivators idolize him like this. Especially that little girl. She was simply too fervent. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while, and then he glanced at them and said, "All of you are heading to Doomsday City to join the Sword Alliance?" Lin Erlang nodded. Supposedly, he frequently shares his experience within the sword cultivators of the Sword Alliance. There's definitely something special about him since he was able to attain sword intent about the void rank, and we intend to learn from him. Moreover, almost all the most outstanding sword cultivators of the continent are gathered in the Sword Alliance, so I'm confident that we'll definitely be able to obtain great gains by going there." Yang Yi smiled. "Going there really will be very helpful to all of you." Lin Erlang sized up Yang Yi and said, "Brother, may I know your name?" "Yi Yang." Yang Yi smiled, and then he pointed behind himself. "Just go straight in that direction, and you'll arrive at Doomsday City." "Thank you." Lin Erlang cupped his fists, and then he gazed at Lin Yuxian and said, "Let's go." Lin Yuxian spoke with displeasure. "He hasn't apologized." "Stop it." Lin Erlang revealed a stern expression. He was no fool. This fellow, Yi Yang, had been able to remain so calm and composed even when facing three quasi-emperors, so he knew that fellow was either absolutely brave or possessed absolute strength. Even though he wasn't afraid, it truly wasn't necessary to offend someone for such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the man on Lin Yoshuan's right spoke abruptly. "Yu Xin, let's go." "Lin Dalong, Lin Erlang, you, both of you." Lin Yuxian hadn't expected that both her older brothers would refuse to help her, and she instantly felt extremely wronged, causing her eyes to become moist. Lin Erlang and Lin Dalong's hearts were instantly melted when they saw her act like that. Especially Lin Erlang. He even revealed a trace of guilt. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly got off the white horse and walked over to Lin Yuxian. "You really look up to Yang Yi?" She glared at him and remained silent. Yang Yi chuckled, "Actually, I really look up to him as well." Lin Yuxian said, "Really?" "Of course." Yang Yi spoke seriously. "Just think about it. He's so strong at such a young age, and he's so handsome as well. If I didn't look up to him, then who would I look up to?" Lin Yuxian sized up Yang Yi and said, Actually, you're still not bad. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he sat back on his white horse. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the white horse dashed towards the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Dalong spoke abruptly. His strength isn't bad. Lin Erlang nodded with agreement. What do you mean? Lin Yuxian grunted. There are numerous fellows like him in our veiled region. Lin Dalong and Lin Erlang exchanged glances and smiled. It didn't take long for the siblings to shoot towards Doomsday City on their swords. Yang Yi hadn't stopped after this incident and traveled at full speed. On the third day, he arrived at Ocean View City. Ocean View City was built by the ocean, and that ocean was Sword God Ocean. It could be said that he'd stepped into the area that was cursed for sword cultivators. Yang Yi didn't dare to be careless. As soon as he arrived at Ocean View City, he'd restrained his sword intent within him and concealed himself with the sword domain so that he didn't have the aura of a sword cultivator at all. Snowy stood on his shoulder as she pointed at the city in the distance while blinking incessantly. She seemed to be telling him to hurry over there. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at the city. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes because the city actually had a divine-grade spirit vein. The spirit energy in the city was so dense that it could even be sensed from outside the city. Since there was a divine-grade spirit vein there, it represented that there was definitely a power and control of the city. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before turning around and heading to the coast. His objective was the ruins of the Sword God's palace. Once he arrived there, he noticed that there were quite many people here. Some were in groups, and some were all alone. The weakest amongst them was a quasi-emperor, and there were even around 10 emperors. Are they all heading to the ruins? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he looked towards the distance. He could only see an endless ocean until the end of his vision, and there was no island at all. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto a woman who stood not too far away. She wore black, tight-fitting clothes, a black cloak, and a gauze veil, causing her appearance to be completely obscured. Even though her face was concealed, her figure was extremely good. Especially the curves of her body under those tight-fitting clothes. They were absolutely hot. She seemed to have noticed Yang Ye's gaze and suddenly turned to look at him. Yang Yi nodded slightly to her. She glanced at him and nodded in response. When he saw that she didn't act coldly towards him, Yang Yi walked over and said, "Yi Yang." She gazed at him for a short while and said, "Yun Banqing." Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the people in the surroundings and asked, "Miss Yun, what are they doing here?" Yun Banqing replied, "They are waiting for the Imperial Oceanic Shuttle of Ocean View City." An Imperial Oceanic Shuttle? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why are they waiting for it? She glanced at him and said, "Are you heading to the ruins of Sword God's palace?" Yang Yi nodded. "I am." She asked, "How will you get there without an Imperial Oceanic Shuttle?" Yang Yi replied, "I can fly." The corners of her eyes twitched. "Is this your first time here?" Yang Yi nodded again. Yun Banqing said, "No wonder." She pointed at the ocean and said, "This ocean is the territory of the oceanic demon beast clans. There are countless quasi-emperor realm demon beasts in the ocean. Besides that, there are quite a few emperor realm demon beasts as well. You're tired of living if you want to fly over the ocean. So there are demon beasts." Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment and said, "That Imperial Oceanic Shuttle can resist those demon beasts?" Yun Banqing shook her head and said, "It can't. However, it belongs to Ocean View City, and Ocean View City seems to have formed some sort of agreement with the Oceanic Demon Beast clans, and the Oceanic Demon Beasts don't attack Ocean View City shuttles. So that's why." Yang Yi nodded. He wasn't afraid of those demon beasts, but he wouldn't fly over like a fool, because choosing to fly over would definitely bring him endless trouble. Suddenly, Yun Banqing looked towards the distance and said, "She's here." Yang Yi noticed that Yun Banqing had a solemn expression on her face. It wasn't just her. Everyone else here had solemn expressions on their faces. Yang Yi looked along their gazes and turned around. He saw a woman walking towards a huge, smooth rock by the coast. She wore a linen dress, and it was covered in patches. Especially the path near her stomach. It was exceptionally striking because it was truly too huge. It practically covered her entire stomach. She wore a pair of straw sandals, and they were clearly quite old, because the edges of the straw sandals had practically been rubbed off. She had no makeup on, but her face was extraordinarily beautiful, and she would definitely be a peerless beauty if she did put on some makeup. It didn't take long for her to arrive at the huge rock, and then she sat up straight on it. She faced the ocean and sat there motionlessly like a statue. Yang Yi noticed that her eyes were closed since she arrived here. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Yun Banqing, and he asked, "Who is she?" Yun Banqing remained silent for a long time before she spoke. "No one knows who she is. We call her Blind Maiden because she had never opened her eyes." Blind Maiden? Yang Yi blinked and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 12:27. Even the heavens would go blind if she opened her eyes. Chapter 12:27. Even the heavens would go blind if she opened her eyes. Yang Yi immediately thought of the Nether Pavilion when he heard those words. He turned to look at the woman in linen clothes, hesitated for a moment, and then started walking in her direction. He wanted to confirm if she was from the Nether Pavilion. Because of Nether Maiden and the others, he actually had a good impression of the Nether Pavilion. The Nether Pavilion was a strange and mysterious power, so it wasn't impossible for one of its hall masters to be here. After all, he still remembered what Nether Maiden had told him. Many of the Nether Pavilion's hall masters weren't in the Radiant Dimension, and even Nether Maiden hadn't been there. "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly obstructed Yang Ye's path. Yang Yi replied, "I have something to ask her." "Have you gone mad?" She said, "I guarantee that you'll be killed before you even reach her." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied, "Do you know the city governor of Oceanview City, Li Chunfeng?" Yang Yi told the truth. "I don't." The corners of Yun Banqing's eyes twitched slightly. She gazed at him for a short while, and when she noticed that Yang Yi didn't seem to be lying, she said, "He's an expert at the peak of the Emperor realm. However, he's very respectful to Blind Maiden. Extremely respectful. Just that is enough to say a lot, isn't it?" Yang Yi said, "I'm just going to ask something." Yun Banqing spoke flatly. Someone wanted to ask her something in the past, and another corpse was left in the ocean. Yang Yi asked, "She killed that person?" Yun Banqing shook her head. "The experts of Oceanview City did it." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he looked up at Blind Maiden and started to send a voice transmission. However, it didn't take long for Yang Ye's eyes to narrow slightly because his voice transmission had vanished before it could even arrive 30 m in front of her. "She's not ordinary at all." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he asked, "What's she sitting there for?" "I don't know." She gazed at Blind Maiden and said, "Supposedly, she has been sitting here for very long ago, and she only leaves after the nightfall. No one knows why she does that. However, there's a song, but no one knows if it's really about her." Yang Yi asked, "A song?" Yun Banqing nodded and recited softly, "Spring, summer, autumn, and winter." He trained hard all day and night, swearing to join Sword God's palace. Childhood friends in love with each other. A thorn for a hairpin, a simple dress, and a pair of eyes that watched him year by year. As she sent him to the ferry, she said that she would wait a lifetime for him. He said that he wouldn't disappoint her affection once he made a name for himself in Sword God's palace. 18 years of waiting gained only a final letter in return. He said he'd love her in another life. Flowers bloomed and wilted. Seasons passed for years. 100 years of waiting turned her blind. Even the heavens would go blind when she opens her eyes. Yun Banqing lowered her head slightly once she finished reciting it, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "She has been waiting for 100 years? Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, 100 years? Let me explain it like this. Oceanview City didn't even exist when she started waiting here. No one knows exactly how long she has been waiting here. Of course, no one is able to confirm if that song is about her. However, she's definitely not an ordinary person. So, it's best if you don't disturb her." Yang Yi shot a glance at Blind Maiden. She gave him a very strange feeling because he couldn't sense her aura at all. If she was a cultivator, there should be at least some fluctuations of profound energy, but he didn't sense anything from her. She felt like an ordinary person. Of course, No one would think that she was ordinary. After all, would someone that made a peak emperor act respectfully towards her be an ordinary person? In Yang Ye's opinion, he had a stronger desire to know if she was from the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and was about to head over to ask her. However, Yun Banqing suddenly said, "The Imperial Oceanic Shuttle is here." Yang Yi looked over and saw a ship that was large like a mountain had appeared on the horizon. It was extremely swift and only took a moment to arrive before them. Once it stopped at the coast, over a dozen walked out of it. The weakest amongst them was at the quasi-emperor realm, and there were 3 emperors as well. But at this moment, all of them had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. None of them spoke a single word, and they just quickly vanished from here once they left the ship. Yun Banqing spoke abruptly, supposedly. Over 800 went on the last trip to the ruins of Sword God's palace, but only a little over a dozen returned now. Moreover, there had been over a dozen emperors amongst them, yet only 3 have returned. Yang Yi glanced at Yun Banqing. She was at the quasi-emperor realm and couldn't be considered to be weak, but she was absolutely not strong. It could be said that her chances of returning alive were very slim. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "Actually, you can go there after attaining the Emperor realm." Yun Banqing replied, "Why don't you tell me to attain the Voider realm before going?" Yang Yi smiled, "It's just a suggestion. I have no ill intent." She glanced at him and said, "Without resources, cultivating to the Emperor realm in the outside world would take an endless amount of time. But if I head to Sword God Island, I might gain some fortuitous encounters that would change my life. Even if I gain no fortuitous encounters, just obtaining an Emperor-rank treasure or technique would be sufficient for me to utilize throughout my lifetime." Yang Yi glanced at the others here. Obviously, many of them were of the same mind as Yun Banqing. Indeed, just obtaining an Emperor-rank treasure was really sufficient for some to use throughout their lifetime. After all, it could be sold for at least over 10,000 violet crystals. Moreover, that was just the minimum price. Because Emperor-rank treasures were extremely rare on the continent now. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from the ship, "Those heading to Sword God Island, get on." It didn't take long for everyone to walk up the ship. Yang Yi noticed that all of them paid a total of 1,000 violet crystals before ascending the ship. 1,000 a person. Yang Yi was visibly moved. Even though 1,000 was very little, there were over 1,000 people here. So, just this trip alone would gather around 1,000,000 violet crystals. He'd thought that he was extremely rich, but now it would seem like... Yun Banqing said, "Let's go." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, paid 1,000 violet crystals, and ascended the ship with Yun Banqing. Chapter 12:28 Animal. Chapter 12:28 Animal. Once everyone got on the ship, an old man in luxurious robes appeared before them. "Everyone. I'm a manager from Ocean View City, Qin Sangwan. I presume you're aware of my Ocean View City's rules. However, I'll still repeat it. Fighting is prohibited on the shuttle. If there's enmity between all of you, then please deal with it once you've left the shuttle. Otherwise, don't blame my Ocean View City for showing no mercy." All of them would naturally not try to cause trouble, so they nodded. Qin Sangwan nodded when he saw them nod, and then he was about to start the ship. However, a voice suddenly resounded. "Wait." Everyone looked towards its source and saw a group rushing over. A young man led the ground, and there were 3 old men behind him. The 3 old men were emperors. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Yun Banqing because he noticed that she actually emanated killing intent when she saw the young man's group. Even though it had only appeared for an instant, Yang Yi had still noticed it. In next to no time, the young man's group paid the violet crystals and got on the ship. Qin Sangwan's gaze descended onto the young man and asked, "You're from the Yun clan?" The young man grinned. "I'm the young master of the Yun clan, Yun Tianming. Greetings, Senior Qin." Qin Sangwan glanced at Yun Tianming and said, "Sword God Island is extremely dangerous. Do you really intend to go?" Yun Tianming smiled. "I have to gain some tempering, you know." Qin Sangwan glanced at the 3 old men behind Yun Tianming and replied, "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for the ship to start moving towards the distance. Once the ship started moving, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Blind Maiden. At this moment, she was in a similar state as before. She was seated there motionlessly while looking in the direction of Sword God Island. I have to ask her once I get back. Yang Yi made his decision. Besides a good impression, he was curious about the mysterious power that was the Nether Pavilion. It was truly too mysterious, especially its hallmasters. Every single one of them was too heaven-defying. Suddenly, Yun Tianming and the old men behind him walked forward in Yang Ye's direction, and Yang Yi frowned when he noticed this. Banqing, you really made your older brother worry. Yun Tianming walked swiftly to Yun Banqing, stretched out his hand, and was about to take her hand. However, Yun Banqing moved to the side and gazed at him with undisguised detest. Fuck off. You bitch. How dare you speak like that to the young master? One of the black-robed old men behind Yun Tianming took a step forward while the aura of an emperor pressed down upon Yun Banqing. Yun Banqing's face instantly turned pale while her body even almost slumped down to the ground. However, she forcefully resisted it. The black-robed old man grunted coldly and took another step forward, causing the strength of his aura to multiply more than twice. Yun Banqing couldn't hold on any longer and started falling weakly towards the ground. However, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and took her, and then she instantly felt her body relax. Because the pressure upon her had instantly vanished once Yang Yi took her hand. She gazed at Yang Yi with shock while Yang Yi smiled at her. Are you all right? She shook her head while a trace of gratitude flashed through her eyes. Thank you. Yang Yi smiled. There's no need for that. I'm just too righteous and can't stand to watch the weak being bullies. Alas, I've tried to change this flaw of mine for years, but have never succeeded. Yun Banqing was speechless. The others in the surroundings were stunned. Is he an idiot? Even if you want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, you have to take a look at the situation. They have 3 emperors. The black-robed old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Too righteous? How laughable. As he spoke, he was about to release his aura once more. But Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Qin Sangguan. Manager Qin, you said that we are prohibited from fighting on the shuttle. Now, they are attacking openly, and that's provocation towards Ocean View City and Manager Qin. The others here were speechless. Manager Qin glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Yun Tianming. Yun Tianming paid no attention to Manager Qin, and he gazed at Yun Banqing instead. Banqing? Who's this fellow? Yun Banqing spoke indifferently. My friend? Your friend? Yun Tianming said. It doesn't look like it. He seems to really care about you. Yun Banqing replied. That has nothing to do with you. It doesn't. Yun Tianming's eyes narrowed. I'm your second brother. How can it have nothing to do with me? Second brother? Yun Banqing suddenly revealed a savage expression on her face. You are worthy of being called my brother? Why don't I tell everyone about how you wanted to act like an animal that day, and let everyone know exactly what sort of animal the young master of the Yun clan is? Yun Tianming gazed at Yun Banqing for a short while before he said, Father is cultivating behind closed doors, so I give the orders in the Yun clan. Thus, when he spoke up to this point, a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. You mother and younger brother. Oh, he's my younger brother as well. They are still all right now, but I don't know what it'll be like for them in the future. You. Yun Banqing gazed at him with shock. What do you want? What do I want? He sized her up and smiled. You know what I want, don't you? Yun Banqing seemed like she'd been struck by lightning, and she took a few steps back and howled. Even though we're not from the same mother, I'm still your younger sister. We're related by blood. You're naturally my younger sister. Yun Tianming continued. My good sister, Big Brother has something to discuss with you, so come to my room. You'll definitely come. You'll definitely come for your mother and younger brother's sake, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he grinned, turned around, and walked away. Yun Banqing was stunned on the spot. A short while passed before she started walking towards Yun Tianming. Wait. Yang Yi suddenly stepped forward and gazed at Yun Banqing. Miss Yun, even though the two of you were speaking very vaguely, but I understood it. You and that fellow have the same father but different mother. But that fellow wants you. TSK, TSK, I, Young, have seen many perverts in my life, but it's the first time I'm seeing one like him. My knowledge has really been widened. Yun Tianming suddenly turned around and walked over to Yang Yi. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "People should know their limitations. Trying to play the hero? Look at what sort of trash you are. Do you know what sort of trash you are? If you don't, then let me tell you. You're a piece of useless trash. Useless. Understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed coldly and gazed at Yun Banqing, who seemed to have lost her soul. "My patience is running thin. After all, I've waited too long for this day. So, I immediately came looking for you once father went into closed-door cultivation. Now, come right now." Suddenly, Yang Yi turned to look at Qin Sangguan and said, "Fighting is prohibited on the shuttle?" Qin Sangguan glanced at Yang Yi and was about to speak. But Yang Yi suddenly said, "No, I really can't stop myself. Answer that question once I'm done." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Chapter 1229 How bloody, how brutal, how brave. Chapter 1229 How bloody, how brutal, how brave. When Yang Ye's figure appeared once more, he was in front of Yun Tianming, and he slammed his fist against Yun Tianming's stomach. Pooh! Yun Tianming was caught off guard, and he hadn't even been able to recover from his shock before sharp pain came from his stomach. After that, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before his figure was blasted away. However, his figure had just started flying backward when Yang Ye's hand clamped down on his throat, and then he was slammed repeatedly against the ground. In just a few breaths of time, he'd been slammed against the ground for more than 100 times. At this moment, even the entire Imperial Oceanic Shuttle was trembling. "How dare you?" Meanwhile, the black-robed old man and the others had recovered from their shock, and he roared furiously as he stretched his hand out and claws at Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for him to pull his hand back, because Yang Yi was holding Yun Tianming's barely breathing figure in front of him. Everyone on the shuttle was looking at Yang Yi. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to attack. After all, it was Ocean View City's territory. However, they were quite shocked as well. They were shocked by Yang Ye's strength. After all, Yun Tianming was a quasi-emperor, yet he didn't even have the strength to fight back against Yang Yi. The black-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke fiercely, "Do you want to die?" Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man. He just tossed Yun Tianming to the ground and stomped his foot down on Yun Tianming's stomach. He looked down at Yun Tianming and said, "Now, let me ask you something. Do you know what sort of trash you are? If you don't, then let me tell you. You're a piece of useless trash." Yang Yi chuckled at this point and said, "You spoke such words to me earlier, and I'm giving it back to you now. However, there's a difference." "What's the difference?" "The difference is that you used words while I'm using facts to speak those words to you." Yun Tianming was looking at Yang Yi. His face was completely swollen, so while his eyes were opened, it was no different to when they were closed. Even then, everyone could still discern the killing intent and resentment in his eyes. The black-robed old man's group of 3 were looking at Yang Yi as well. However, they didn't dare act because Yun Tianming was in Yang Ye's hands. "You really concealed your strength well." Suddenly, Qin Sangguan walked over and said, "But I've said it before. No one is allowed to fight on the shuttle. Are you looking down on me by attacking someone right now?" "Actually, I'm someone who likes to abide by the rules." Yang Yi gazed at Qin Sangguan and said, "But I don't like it when I abide by the rules, but others don't. Yet someone wants to use those same rules to restrain me." "Manager Qin, that black-robed old man used the aura of an emperor to bully Miss Yun just now. Don't tell me that you didn't notice." Qin Sangguan gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "I really didn't." Yang Yi smiled, "But you saw me, right?" Qin Sangguan nodded slightly. "Indeed. You clearly intend to bully me." Yang Yi smiled. "Since it's like that, we have nothing to talk about. I never intended to discuss anything with you." Qin Sangguan started walking towards Yang Yi. However, a shrill cry suddenly resounded from Yun Tianming. Everyone looked over and saw him spitting out blood repeatedly while his face had warped. "How dare you?" The black-robed old man was furious. He clenched his fists yet didn't dare attack. Qin Sangguan didn't stop and was still walking in Yang Ye's direction. Even though he hadn't released his aura as an emperor, an invisible force was pressing down upon Yang Yi. It was a psychological attack. Perhaps it would work on others, but if it was Yang Yi, crack. Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Yun Tianming's right arm, and then it was forcefully torn off. A.H. A miserable and shrill cry resounded throughout the shuttle. The pupils of all the spectators constricted. How bloody! How brutal! How brave! Qin Sangguan stopped. While his face was calm as he looked at Yang Yi, his body was emanating a dangerous aura that caused the hearts of others to palpitate. As for the black-robed man's group, their faces had turned pale. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to do that while standing before 4 emperors. Now, they stopped doubting that Yang Yi would dare to kill Yun Tianming. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't say anything and just moved closer to him. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Qin Sangguan. Looks like you really care about his fate. I'm really curious about his connection to you. The Yun clan and Qin clan have had a friendly relationship for years, Yun Banqing explained. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded. Manager Qin, I don't have any other request. Just send me to Sword God Island. All right? Are you threatening me? Manager Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, the killing intent in his eyes seemed material. Yang Yi shrugged. I can't do anything if you want to think of it like that. Qin Sangguan clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man hurriedly walked over to Qin Sangguan. Brother Qin, my young master's safety is the most important thing. Qin Sangguan glanced at the old man and replied, Then deal with it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a glance at Yang Yi before turning around and leaving. This is my Yun clan's business, and it isn't related to you at all. So why interfere? The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. This time, he didn't act overbearingly because he noticed that this fellow before him didn't submit to that at all. Yun Banqing gazed at Yang Yi as well when she heard the old man. Even she was really curious about why Yang Yi was helping her. Actually, I didn't want to do this. Yang Yi shrugged. He really didn't. Even though he didn't know Yun Banqing for long, he'd gotten to know her, so he wasn't really able to stand by idly as the old man bullied her. But he hadn't expected that the matter would become so complicated. Actually, he merely wanted to help Yun Banqing in the beginning, and he had no intention to hit Yun Tianming. But in the end, once he found out about Yun Tianming's intentions, he didn't just want to hit Yun Tianming, he wanted to kill Yun Tianming. He had a younger sister as well, and his younger sister held an exalted position in his heart. But Yun Tianming actually wanted his own sister. Yang Yi was truly disgusted to the extreme. So, such a string of events had occurred. You possess extraordinary strength, so I presume your background isn't ordinary. The old man spoke in a low voice. I wonder if you've heard of the Veiled Region's Yun clan? The Yun clan? Yang Yi shook his head. I haven't. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't speak further. Yang Yi turned to look at Yun Banqing and spoke via voice transmission. What are the Yun clan and that Qin clan? Diamond rank powers? Yun Banqing remained silent. Yang Yi asked, You can't tell me? She shook her head and spoke via voice transmission. The Veiled Region is a world that many voiders from all those years ago joined forces to create. Many clans and sects are living in seclusion there, and the Yun clan is one of them. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, The World Devastator cult is there as well? She nodded. It is. However, they are finished. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing replied, They sent out around 70% of their emperors to destroy the Sword Alliance, but they were annihilated instead. Moreover, their voider seems to have vanished as well. Without emperors and a voider to protect it, the fate that awaits them is either being kicked out of the Veiled Region or being swallowed by other powers. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Do you know about the Sword Alliance? She nodded. I've investigated it. It rose to prominence extremely quickly, and it has drawn the attention of the clans and sects in the Veiled Region. Yang Yi asked, How does the Sword Alliance compare to those powers in the Veiled Region? Yun Banqing fell silent for a short while and said, If they have a voider, then besides the Yuan clan, no other power in the Veiled Region can resist them. But if they don't have a voider, then they would only be ordinary in the Veiled region. Because practically every single power in the Veiled region has a living fossil at the Voider realm. The Voider realm? Yang Yi fell silent. Indeed, the Sword Alliance's strength wasn't really sufficient to face such an expert now. However, he wasn't afraid. If he was really fighting desperately with his life on the line, then he would bring his rebirth rank sword intent to the brink. He intended to see if a Voider could resist rebirth rank's word intent at the brink. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly said, "Actually, the Sword Alliance's actions were very unwise." Yang Yi gazed at her. "What do you mean?" Yun Banqing said, "According to the information sent back by the forces I sent, I noticed—" "Wait." Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her. "You have people in the Sword Alliance?" She replied, "Of course. It's not just the Yun clan. All the other powers in the Veiled region should have people in the Sword Alliance." Yang Yi frowned. "Why?" She replied, "It's a threat. The Sword Alliance is a threat to the Veiled region. That's why I said its actions were very unwise. Because they think that they are the #1 power on the continent, but that's actually not the case. They haven't really seen the truly powerful sects and clans of the continent, but those powers know everything about the Sword Alliance." Yang Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected the Veiled region to exist on Dark Hell continent, and those powers in the Veiled region had already started acting against the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi remained silent for some time before he asked, "Miss Yun, what did you used to do in the Yun clan?" She glanced at him and said, "Internal affair and managing its businesses." Yang Ye's eyes lit up. Even though Yi Luyun was very capable, it was really quite tiring for her to manage the entire city and Sword Alliance on her own. But if she had someone to help her— Yes, Yun Banqing was an extremely suitable candidate. Of course, she was only suitable, and he would naturally not make her join right now. Moreover, she might not even agree. He couldn't act impatiently and had to observe her first. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly walked over to Yun Tianming, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "May I?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he understood what she meant. She intended to teach Yun Tianming a lesson. So, he immediately nodded. "Just don't kill him." "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, a dagger appeared in her grasp before she swiftly stabbed it between Yun Tianming's legs, while everyone else on the shuttle watched with astonishment. "Ah!" A miserable and shrill cry that sounded like a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the shuttle. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1230 I have quite a hot temper. Chapter 1230 I have quite a hot temper. Everyone was stunned, including Yang Yi. They hadn't expected her to actually cripple that precious part of Yun Tianming's body. Even though quasi-emperors could regrow their limbs, the pain from having that cut off was absolutely not something anyone wanted to experience. Yun Tianming's entire body was twitched as he howled incessantly. "You're courting death." The black-robed old man and the others recovered from their shock, and the black-robed old man was about to act. However, Yang Ye's foot suddenly stomped down on Yun Tianming's head. The black-robed old man hurriedly stopped, and he even stopped the other two old men who were about to act. He didn't speak and just gazed at Yang Yi. However, even an idiot would know that it was impossible to resolve this matter peacefully. Yang Yi ignored the old men and glanced at Yun Banqing, but he didn't say a word. Yun Banqing remained silent for a long time before she said, "Sorry?" Yang Yi didn't speak. Besides venting her anger, there was another reason why Yun Banqing had suddenly chopped it off, and it was so that the conflict between him and the Yun clan would grow even more severe. Who stood to gain the most from that? Yun Banqing, of course. If Yun Tianming was dead, then there would naturally be no one who acted against her mother and younger brother, and there would be no one to threaten her. Perhaps she could even benefit greatly from it. After all, she belonged to the Yun clan. However, Yang Yi would suffer the Yun clan's revenge. While he didn't fear it, he didn't like being used like that. When she saw him remain silent, Yun Banqing spoke once more. "I'm sorry." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "It's my fault for wanting to lend a hand." "It's not your fault. It was my own choice." If he could do it all over again, he would still choose to help her. He wasn't a good person, or it could be said that he was actually a bad person. A sense of righteousness? He didn't have anything like that. He always acted according to his own feelings. If he felt that it could be done, then he would do it. As for whether it was right or wrong, he didn't care at all. After all, there was no absolute right or wrong in this world. In his opinion, everything should be done according to the heart's desire. Yun Banqing lowered her head slightly when she heard him, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and the others. "Stop staring at me. I'll let your young master go once we arrive at Sword God Island. If you continue staring at me to the point that I'm annoyed, then I might just stomp his head into pieces. I'm serious. I have quite the temper when I'm in a bad mood." Their expressions became unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. However, they didn't dare attack, because they would be unable to avoid blame if Yun Tianming died. The black-robed old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he moved aside with the other two old men by his side. Once they moved aside, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Yun Banqing and said, "Miss Yun, according to what you said earlier, the Sword Alliance is in a very worrying state?" She was stunned when she heard Yang Yi ask her a question. She looked up and glanced at him, and she heaved a sigh of relief upon noticing that Yang Yi didn't seem to be angry. She said, "They rose to prominence too quickly. Coupled with the fact that its master, Yang Yi, is too ruthless, it would naturally cause the clans and sects of the Veiled region to feel fearful and take precautions against them. Moreover, they might even feel hostile towards the Sword Alliance. So, once conflict arises between the Sword Alliance and a sect or clans of the Veiled region, then it would be very likely for them to join forces against the Sword Alliance. Or perhaps if a power of the Veiled region attacks and keeps the Sword Alliance busy, then the other powers might launch a preemptive strike." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Needless to say, what she said really did make sense. The Sword Alliance had risen too quickly. At this moment, it was already capable of posing a threat to many powers in the Veiled region. That naturally made the powers of the Veiled region feel fearful and become vigilant. It wouldn't be a problem if no conflict arose between the Sword Alliance and the Veiled region, but once it did, the Sword Alliance would be in a very bad situation. After all, those powers knew everything about the Sword Alliance, but the Sword Alliance knew nothing about them. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he looked at her. "Miss Yun, what do you think the Sword Alliance should do to deal with the current situation?" Yun Banqing was silent for a long time before she said, "Strength is absolute. So, the Sword Alliance shouldn't be thinking about how to deal with the fear and hostility of the powers from the Veiled region. It should be thinking about how to get even stronger. But just that isn't sufficient. Because if this continues, then the Veiled region will definitely act. After all, they will absolutely not allow the Sword Alliance to fully unite the continent." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing glanced at him and replied, "Even though the Veiled region is a completely isolated world, it's still a part of Dark Hell continent. Would you allow someone who can pose a threat to you to be near you? The rise of a new power would definitely impact the older powers. Of course, the exception is if the Sword Alliance possesses absolute strength that forces them to seek peace and dare not fight. Unfortunately, the Sword Alliance doesn't." Yang Yi nodded. "You haven't said how the Sword Alliance should deal with it." She shook her head. Actually, their rise made it so that they were bound to collide with the Veiled region. It's an unavoidable battle. Unless they possess absolute strength. What a fucking pain. Yang Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. His objective was actually not to reign supreme over Dark Hell continent. He didn't have the time for that because he would one day take the Sword Alliance with him and leave Dark Hell continent. However, he wasn't in a situation where they wouldn't attack him if he didn't attack them. If I were the Sword Alliance's master, I would act first by sending my forces to gain an understanding of the situation in the Veiled region. If it's possible, it would be best to split them up and drive a wedge between them, because there's fighting within the Veiled region as well. Yun Banqing continued, "However, they don't even know where the Veiled region is. Moreover, even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to get in, because there's an identification area at the entrance of the Veiled region. Every single person that leaves the Veiled region would have an identification card embedded into them, and the defensive formations there would be triggered if they returned without the identification card." Yang Yi sized her up in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly said, Actually, it isn't the Sword Alliance that should be careful. It's that fellow, Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing replied. He's the strongest in the Sword Alliance, and he's their pillar of mental strength. Besides that, the Sword Alliance is formed from mercenaries, independent cultivators, and the remaining survivors of the Sword God's palace. The reason they are sticking together is Yang Yi. But once he dies, the Veiled region would practically have to do nothing before the Sword Alliance would collapse on its own. So, if the Veiled region acts, it'll definitely send Voiders to kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi was speechless. He remained silent for a long time before he glanced at Yun Banqing and said, Miss Yun, your status in the Yun clan doesn't seem to be very good. Yun Banqing fell silent for a long time before she said, My mother is a maidservant, and thus possesses very low status. Even though she gave birth to me and my younger brother, she still looked down upon in such an ancient clan like the Yun clan. So, wasn't even given any status and remained a maidservant. As for Yun Tianming, his mother is the young miss of the Qin clan. He was bound to be the next patriarch of the Yun clan since he was born. Yang Yi nodded and didn't speak further. He looked towards the distance while a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. He'd thought that the Sword Alliance had no enemies and could develop freely. But now it would seem like it wasn't that it had no enemies, they just weren't aware of those enemies. However, those enemies had already sent their forces to infiltrate the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance was in a worrying situation. However, he wasn't afraid. The current Sword Alliance wasn't the same as how it was in the beginning, and the Veiled region's forces would have to think twice before acting against the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi was silent for a long time before he restrained his thoughts, and then he turned around and looked towards the direction of the Sword God Island. The Stellar Sword Diagram. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. I hope I won't be disappointed this time. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at Yun Tianming who remained beneath Yang Ye's foot, and then lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. The Imperial Oceanic Shuttle grew faster and faster. At this point in the journey, its speed was practically comparable to an emperor. All along the way, numerous colossi emerged incessantly around the shuttle. They were of all shapes and sizes, and just a part of them was larger than the entire shuttle. The others on the shuttle were horrified by the sight of these colossi because there were many Emperor Realm oceanic demons amongst them. Fortunately, they merely showed themselves before diving back down beneath the surface. 3 days later, they finally saw an island ahead. Actually, it really couldn't be called an island because it was too huge. It was simply boundless, and they couldn't see the end of it even with their fields of vision. The Imperial Oceanic Shuttle didn't get close to Sword God Island, and it stopped around 5 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Qin Sangguan appeared before them. Everyone, please disembark. Remember that you have 10 days. We'll be leaving in 10 days. If you can't return in time, then you have to wait for the next trip to return. As soon as he finished speaking, many leaped off the shuttle and vanished into the distance. It didn't take long for just Yang Yi, Yun Banqing, and the others to remain on the shuttle. Qin Sangguan and the 3 black-robed old men gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly picked up Yun Tianming's unconscious figure and placed her dagger against his throat. After that, she turned to look at Yang Yi. Leave first and quickly get on Sword God Island. A formation covers the entire island, and their divine sense isn't able to sense anything in there. So, you'll be able to hide yourself. Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, Then what about you? I have my own way to escape. She looked him in the eyes. Leave quickly. Meanwhile, one of the old men by the black-robed old man's side was about to speak, but the black-robed old man stopped him. After all, their main objective right now was to ensure Yun Tianming's safety. Yang Yi glanced at Yun Banqing, nodded, and then leaped off the shuttle. Chapter 1231 You dared to come here when you're all alone? Chapter 1231 You dared to come here when you're all alone? After Yang Yi leaped off the shuttle, a wisp of resolve flashed through Yun Banqing's eyes, and then she closed her eyes slowly as her grip on the dagger grew tighter. The black-robed old man gazed at her and said, Let the young master go. Let him go? A ferocious expression appeared on her face as she opened her eyes and looked at the old man. What's the point of letting such an animal live? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pressed down with her right hand. Hiss! Yun Tianming's head was cut off. The three old men and Qin Sangguan were stunned by this scene. All of them had never expected her to actually kill him. Is she not afraid of death? After she cut off Yun Tianming's head, Yun Banqing's eyes closed slowly. She could have lived if she didn't kill him, but living would be worse than death for her. But while killing Yun Tianming would result in her death, her mother and younger brother in the Yun clan would be able to live. Because the black-robed old man and the others would absolutely not dare to bully her mother and younger brother without Yun Tianming's support. Even though their life would still not be pleasant, they would be able to live at least. I was right. You really are timid on the outside, but unyielding on the inside. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly arose by Yun Banqing's ear. She was stunned and opened her eyes, and she saw a familiar face. It was Yang Yi who'd left and returned. You didn't leave. Yun Banqing looked him in the eyes. Why? Yang Yi joked. I couldn't bear to lose you. Yun Banqing was stunned. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke fiercely. You bitch. You actually killed the young master. I'll make living worse than death for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his right hand. In an instant, his entire right hand was covered in countless fiery red dragon scales. A moment later, he clenched his right fist. Crack! The space around them instantly cracked open. Qin Sangguan was astounded and hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" Meanwhile, Yang Yi pulled his right arm back before slamming it forward. Bang! A terrifying force surged out like a torrent from Yang Ye's fist. The black-robed man was the first to bear the brunt of it, and a shrill cry resounded from him as his figure flew backwards. As for Qin Sangguan and the other two emperors, they were blasted back as well. When they recovered from their shock, Yang Yi and Yun Banqing's figures had vanished on the shuttle. Qin Sangguan and the others were stunned on the spot for a long time, and there was astonishment in their eyes. Because that force from before was too terrifying. It felt like it came from an emperor-rank demon beast. One of the old men asked in a voice that still carried shock, Who is he? Qin Sangguan shook his head and looked down at his palm. At this moment, his palm was trembling, and it was exactly this palm which he'd used to defend himself against Yang Ye's attack. Suddenly, the black-robed old man appeared before them. At this moment, an extremely obvious strand of scarlet red could be seen on the corner of the black-robed old man's mouth. No matter who he is, he has to die. If we don't kill him and take that bitch back with us, then all of us will have to bear the consequences. The black-robed old man gazed at Qin Sangguan at this point and continued, Brother Qin, you're responsible for the young master's death as well. I'm sure you're aware of the madam's temper. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished on the spot. Qin Sangguan frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then his figure shot towards Sword God Island as well. Sword God Island. Yang Yi held Yun Banqing in his arms as he dashed all the way forward, and he was ceaselessly scanning the surroundings. The area in the distance was covered in towering mountains. Just as Yun Banqing had said, the island was filled with sharp sword intent, and while it was weaker than the sword intent on Godfall Mountain, it couldn't be underestimated. Where's the ruins of the Sword God's palace? Asked Yang Yi. The island was so huge, so it would probably take quite some time to find the ruins if he didn't have a direction in mind. Because he couldn't utilize his divine sense here. It wasn't because of the sword intent, but the formation that enveloped the island. Yun Banqing said, I don't know. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He looked down at her while she remained in his arms, and she glanced at him and said, I've never been here. All right. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he forcefully stopped himself. He'd only just stopped when a black shadow suddenly shot out from the forest in the distance, and it shot towards him. Yang Yi wrapped his left hand around Yun Banqing's waist and freed his right hand before slamming it forward. Bang! The black shadow howled with pain as it flew backwards. Yang Yi glanced at his right hand, and he actually saw a few bloody holes on it. He raised his head and saw that the black shadow was a quasi-emperor realm demon beast. It was like a tiger covered in sharp spikes, and it was especially so for its claws. The spikes on its claws were dozens of centimeters long and seemed rather terrifying. A sword-spiked tiger, Yun Banqing said. Be careful of these demon beasts. Every single demon beast that has been able to survive on the island has experienced and survived the brutal laws of the jungle here. Yang Yi nodded. Even though it was only at the quasi-emperor realm, its strength surprised Yang Yi a little, because it was actually able to pierce through his defenses with ease. After all, his physical defense was comparable to an emperor realm demon beast. The sword-spiked tiger gazed ferociously at Yang Yi, but it didn't dare to step forward. Yang Yi glanced at it and then flashed towards the side. Suddenly, the sword-spiked tiger roared with fury and dashed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped when he saw that, and then a cold glow flashed through his eyes as he gazed at it. After that, he stomped his right foot against the ground and vanished on the spot. He was in front of it when his figure appeared once more, and he slammed his fist against its head. Bang! The sword-spiked tiger howled with pain and was blasted away. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent, but tempestuous waves of shock were surging through her heart, because his physical strength made her doubt if he really was human. After he blasted the sword-spiked tiger away, Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack. However, his expression changed, and his figure moved 300 m back. Meanwhile, around 100+ sword-spiked tigers appeared around him, and there was a golden sword-spiked tiger amongst them. It was at the Emperor realm. Yun Banqing's face fell at the sight of this. Yang Yi frowned. These demon beasts were quite troublesome for him if he couldn't utilize sword intent and his sword. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing sent him a voice transmission. Always deal with the leader first. Yang Ye's gaze instantly descended onto the golden sword-spiked tiger when he heard her. After that, he stomped his foot on the ground and relied on the counterforce to shoot forward. In an instant, he arrived before the sword-spiked tiger, and then he slammed his fist forward. The golden sword-spiked tiger roared with fury when it saw Yang Yi actually attack it, and it transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards Yang Ye's fist. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 300 m away, and so was the golden sword-spiked tiger. Yang Yi blinked and glanced at his fist. Bloody holes had appeared once more on his fist, which had been repaired by his violet energy just now. Yang Yi gazed at Yun Banqing and said, "Its body is really strong. You're even stronger." Yun Banqing glanced at him as she spoke. After all, she'd never seen a human actually collide physically with an Emperor Realm demon beast and be equally matched. Roar! Meanwhile, the sword-spiked tiger suddenly howled with fury, and then it transformed into a golden ray of light that shot at Yang Yi. The fire dragon gauntlets instantly covered Yang Ye's arm, and then he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed around 150 m back, while the sword-spiked tiger was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi glanced at the fire dragon gauntlets, while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. This thing really is quite good. Yang Yi raised his head and glanced at the golden sword-spiked tiger. The latter was looking at him as well. At the instant that the gazes of the man and beast collided, both instantly vanished on the spot. Bang! Another explosion resounded. Yang Yi was pushed around 100 m back, while the sword-spiked tiger was pushed over 600 m back. The sword-spiked tiger revealed a ferocious gaze in its eyes and was about to charge forward once more. Suddenly, a long roar resounded from afar. The sword-spiked tiger's pupils constricted upon hearing it, and then it immediately turned around and vanished into the dense forest with the other sword-spiked tigers. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing said, "Its clan has probably encountered some sort of danger." Yang Yi said, "Why did they attack us earlier?" Yun Banqing replied, "We probably entered their territory. I'm sure you're aware that demon beasts take their territory very seriously. Anyone who enters their territory without permission would be treated as enemies. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the others who entered the island in the past definitely killed many demon beasts. So, they are very hostile to humans. It's so difficult for humans and demon beasts to live together in harmony." Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, he really had no ill intent towards demon beasts. But it couldn't be helped because while he held no ill intent, it didn't represent that they held no ill intent towards him. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, Yang Yi was about to leave. However, the black-robed old man from the Yun clan suddenly appeared not too far away from him. The old man was stunned when he saw Yang Yi and Yun Banqing, and then his face instantly became ferocious. "I found you." Yang Yi was about to flee because just his physical strength alone wasn't sufficient to fight four emperors. But it didn't take long for him to notice that the black-robed old man was all alone. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Where are those companions of yours?" Yun Banqing spoke softly. "They probably split up to find us." Yang Yi blinked, and then he turned to look at the old man while he spoke with astonishment. "You dared to come here when you're all alone?" Chapter 1232 I alone am more than enough. Chapter 1232 I alone am more than enough. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. The black-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he'd spoken like that, he became vigilant in his heart. Anyone capable of attaining the Emperor realm was no fall. That attack Yang Yi executed earlier was sufficient for him to take Yang Yi seriously. But he wasn't afraid because while he couldn't sense Yang Ye's realm of cultivation, his intuition told him that Yang Yi was a quasi-emperor at most. Would he have to fear facing a quasi-emperor when he was an emperor? After he confirmed that the black-robed man was all alone, a smile had curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. If it were all four of them, then perhaps he would be fearful. After all, he couldn't utilize his sword intent right now. But if it was just one? The smile on Yang Ye's face grew wider. He didn't waste his breath. He placed Yun Banqing on the ground and vanished on the spot. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Ye's figure vanished, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. An expert's skill would be evident once the expert launched an attack. Yang Ye's speed truly shocked him. He didn't have the time to think, because Yang Ye's fist was already in front of him. He didn't dare act carelessly when he sensed the terrifying energy contained within Yang Ye's fist, and he pressed his palms together before pressing them forward against Yang Ye's fist. Bang! An explosion resounded from the point of collision. The black-robed old man's arms trembled violently while his figure was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. However, he hadn't even stopped moving back when Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him, and then Yang Ye's leg whipped down at him. It was swift like a bolt of lightning and powerful like a falling mountain. Because it was too swift, the old man couldn't dodge at all, and he had no choice but to slap his palm against Yang Ye's leg. Bang! The old man's palm had just come into contact with Yang Ye's leg when his expression changed, because he felt like his palm had slapped against steel, and it made his entire arm feel numb. After that, his figure was blasted away. However, Yang Yi pressed forward, and his fists and legs rained down upon the old man. Suppression. Absolute suppression. Yun Banqing was flabbergasted by the scene before her eyes. She hadn't imagined that an emperor would actually be unable to fight back against a quasi-emperor. Yang Ye's aura was concealed by his sword domain. So both the black-robed old man and Yun Banqing thought that he was a quasi-emperor. The reason they hadn't thought he was an emperor was because Yang Yi didn't possess the imposing aura of an emperor. Moreover, Yang Yi was too young. Perhaps there were young emperors in this world, but it was absolutely rare and only occurred once in 1,000 years. But both of them were wrong. Yang Yi was no quasi-emperor. He was just a mid-rank saint. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly while the old man was pushed back repeatedly. He practically couldn't fight back at all, but Yang Yi grew stronger as the battle progressed, and his attacks grew sharper and sharper. It could be said that Yang Yi had only encountered a single person in his life that could fight him in close-quartered combat, and it was a Nanjing. And Nanjing's ability in close-quartered combat was something that even he could be said to fear. Because her instinct in battle was too terrifying, and she always knew what her opponent's next move was. Besides a Nanjing, there were very few who could fight him in close-quartered combat. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi seized a moment that the old man was distracted to slam his fist against the old man's stomach. Instantly, a mouthful of blood sprayed from the black-robed old man's mouth, and his figure was blasted flying. However, his figure had just started flying backwards when Yang Yi grabbed his leg before slamming his figure against the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook violently while another mouthful of blood sprayed from the black-robed old man's mouth. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi held onto the old man's leg and raised his figure up before slamming him against the ground in succession. Bang! 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 The ground shook incessantly. After over a dozen breaths of time passed, Yang Yi finally stopped. At this moment, the black-robed old man was on the verge of death. Only his eyes could move right now, and his gaze was filled with resentment as he looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi paid no attention to him. He flicked a strand of force through the center of the old man's forehead. It didn't take long for the old man's eyes to dim down, and then countless strands of spirit energy started to seep out slowly from his corpse. Meanwhile, Snowy, who'd been hiding and sleeping, had emerged once more. She blinked, and then her gaze descended onto the black-robed old man before opening her mouth and absorbing the spirit energy. After she finished absorbing the spirit energy, she patted her stomach before jumping onto Yang Ye's shoulder. She wrapped her claws around Yang Ye's neck, and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Yang Yi rubbed his head gently against Snowy, while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. After that, he gazed at the black-robed old man's corpse. He remained silent for a long time before he glanced at his own fists. My physical strength is still too weak. After all, he'd taken so long to kill an emperor, and he was very dissatisfied. However, Yun Banqing had a strange expression in her eyes when she heard him. Do you really have to strike such a blow to my confidence? Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the old man's spatial ring instantly flew into his grasp. Yang Yi shook his head once he scanned its contents. Because there were actually less than 3,000 violet crystals within it, and the rest was just a bunch of miscellaneous treasures. There was only one quasi-emperor rank dagger that was barely passable, and the rest were trash to him. Yang Yi shook his head and waved his right hand, putting the black-robed old man's corpse away. After that, he walked over to Yun Banqing. He was about to carry her in his arms when she took a step back and said, I can walk myself. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he nodded. Let's go. However, he suddenly frowned, and then he glanced behind himself. After that, he wrapped his arm around Yun Banqing's waist and vanished into the forest in the distance. Not long after they left, Qin Songguan and the other two emperors from the Yun clan appeared where Yang Yi had been standing just now. Qin Songguan glanced at the surroundings, and he remained silent for a long time before he said, We're too late. The emperors from the Yun clan immediately revealed unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard him. The emperor on Qin Songguan's left spoke in a low voice. From the moment Brother Imo sent the signal for help and until we arrived, only a few dozen breaths of time passed. Who was able to kill Brother Imo in such a short period? The emperor on Qin Songguan's right spoke abruptly. Could it be that man who was with that bitch? Qin Songguan and the other emperor's eyes narrowed. They remained silent for a long time before Qin Songguan said, Brother Ning Kuan, Brother Feng Yuan, regardless of whether Brother Imo was killed by that kid, we have to be careful. That kid isn't an ordinary person. Even though there are rarely any geniuses capable of killing emperors at the quasi-emperor realm, there are some. Not to mention quasi-emperors killing emperors, there are even saints capable of killing emperors. I'm sure both of you've heard of the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi. Both of their expressions changed when they heard that name. If the question was who the number one genius on Dark Hell Continent was, then the answer would definitely be Yang Yi. This title of number one genius didn't just cover all the forces on the surface throughout the continent, it even included the Veiled region, instantly annihilating emperors while at the Saint Realm, and single-handedly fighting 10 emperors without being forced into a disadvantaged situation. Only Jin Wuji could compete with such accomplishments in battle. Even though both of them were emperors, if they encountered the Sword Alliance's Yang Yi, then they would definitely flee without the slightest hesitation. Was it embarrassing? No. No one would think so. because such a monstrous genius wasn't someone that an ordinary person could go against. Meanwhile, Qin Sangguan said, "Don't worry. No matter how monstrous he is, he wouldn't dare to come to Sword God Ocean." Ning Kuan nodded. Sword God Ocean was a forbidden area for sword cultivators. Even though Yang Yi was strong, could he be stronger than that expert who'd single-handedly destroyed the Sword God's palace? Now, let's not split up anymore. Qin Sangguan glanced at the surroundings and said, "There were quite a few experts amongst the people who came here this time. Moreover, there are many dangers throughout the island. We must be careful." Ning Kuan gazed at Qin Sangguan and asked, "Brother Qin, are you not returning to the shuttle? I have someone to look after it." Qin Sangguan raised his head and looked towards the distance. "Now that I've entered this island of treasures, how can I return empty-handed? Moreover, that kid disregarded the rules of my Ocean View City. Wouldn't my Ocean View City's reputation be tarnished if he's allowed to escape? Besides that, he killed the young Miss's son right in front of me. Even I wouldn't be able to give the young Miss an explanation if I can't kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Sangguan waved his hand. "Let's go. I'm certain that we'll definitely encounter him again." They vanished on the spot once Qin Sangguan finished speaking. Not long after they left, Yang Yi and Yun Banqing appeared there. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Your ability in concealment is amazing." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he patted Snowy lightly. "Snowy, lead us to treasures." Snowy scratched Yang Yi's neck lightly and didn't wake up. Yang Yi took her in his hands and pinched her nose lightly. "Tell me where the treasures are before going to sleep." Snowy opened her drowsy eyes and glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes. Yang Yi felt bad. He kissed her nose and said, "Tell us which direction to head towards, and then you can go to sleep, all right?" Snowy pointed at her nose. Yang Yi cracked a smile and kissed her nose again. This made Snowy's little face flush red like an apple. Yun Banqing glanced at Snowy, and the fondness in her eyes was completely undisguised. Snowy sniffed lightly. A short while passed before she pointed towards the distance. But Yang Yi and Yun Banqing's faces became unsightly at the same time. It had nothing to do with Snowy. It was because numerous swordspike tigers had suddenly emerged from the forest. There were over 100 of them, and they were led by the golden swordspike tiger. However, there was another golden swordspike tiger by its side as well. 2 Emperor Realm swordspike tigers, and over 100 at the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Yang Yi said, "They seem to be targeting us." Yun Banqing suddenly said, "See that swordspike tiger between those 2 golden swordspike tigers?" Yang Yi was instantly stunned when he looked over, because it was the same swordspike tiger he'd encountered in the beginning. However, it looked quite ugly right now, because it had been beaten up by him to the point that its head was out of shape. Yun Banqing said, "It should be the Tiger King's son." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Now, it really was a case of beating up the young and having to face the senior. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to wrap his arm around Yun Banqing's waist and flee. As for those swordspike tigers, they howled before chasing after Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face grew quite unsightly, because he noticed that the swordspike tigers were extraordinarily swift. If he wasn't able to fly on his sword, then his speed was just slightly superior to theirs. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly said, "Actually, if you're able to subdue them and make them form an army with humans, then it'll definitely be extremely formidable." Yang Yi immediately stopped when he heard this. Chapter 1233 Cheong Chi. Get out here right now. Chapter 1233 Cheong Chi. Get out here right now. As soon as he stopped, both of them were encircled by those swordspike tigers. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto them while an arc curled up on the corners of his mouth. The weakest amongst them were quasi-emperors, so they would definitely be extremely strong if they formed a joint army with humans. After all, when the number of quasi-emperors arrived at a certain level, they could pose a threat to emperors. Especially these swordspike tigers, they were utterly incomparable to ordinary quasi-emperor realm demon beasts. Just like this very moment, while his body was comparable to an emperor realm demon beast, if he relied solely on his body and didn't utilize any treasures, then he would have no choice but to flee if the swordspike tigers swarmed him. Actually, just over 20 quasi-emperor realm swordspike tigers were sufficient to pose a threat to him. Of course, if he could use his sword, then he wouldn't fear them even if they swarmed him. In the past, his physical strength was comparable to the strength of his sword Dao. Yet now, once he attained rebirth rank sword intent, his sword Dao had far surpassed his body. As for his body at the divine shift realm, it wasn't really sufficient anymore. Yun Banqing was stunned when she saw him stop and said, "You want to subdue them?" Yang Yi nodded while a trace of fervor arose in his eyes. These swordspike tigers were already extremely strong right now, so if they were fostered into the Emperor realm, then they would definitely be a terrifying army. Yun Banqing said, "Let's think about that in the future and flee first." Yang Yi returned to his senses. He glanced at the surroundings and noticed that the swordspike tigers were glaring angrily at him while ceaselessly gnashing their teeth. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Hearing what she said just now had caused his thoughts to fly far away, and he'd forgotten that he couldn't fight these swordspike tigers right now. 2 emperors and over 100 quasi-emperors. It would be quite troublesome even if he could use his sword. After all, Emperor Realm demon beasts weren't like ordinary human emperors. It wouldn't be too difficult if he could pierce through their defenses, but if he couldn't, then it would be a huge problem. As for subduing them, he didn't think he had some kind of kingly aura that would make them submit obediently just like that. Demon beasts were extremely unyielding. Even if one's strength far surpassed them, they may not submit. After he realized the facts of the situation, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and started to prepare to flee. Meanwhile, the golden swordspike tiger which led the group suddenly howled, and then over 100 swordspike tigers howled in unison before charging at Yang Yi. The imposing aura emanated from the charge of over 100 quasi-emperor swordspike tigers was even more terrifying than the aura of 10 emperors. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. These swordspike tigers really are not bad. Bang! A strand of imposing aura surged out explosively from Yang Yi and instantly obstructed the imposing aura of those swordspike tigers. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his foot against the ground, and his figure shot towards the golden swordspike tiger which led the group. Roar! Ferocity flashed through its eyes when it saw Yang Yi charge at it, and it immediately leaped up and slammed its head against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Ye's fist smashed against its head. The space in the surroundings rippled violently while the golden swordspike tiger was blasted almost 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi was blasted flying as well, but it only took him a moment to stop his figure. After that, he gazed at the golden swordspike tiger and said, "Just you wait. I'll come back for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished from its field of vision. The swordspike tigers intended to pursue him, but the golden swordspike tiger howled, and they instantly stopped. The gold swordspike tiger looked in the direction Yang Yi left towards, and a long time passed before it withdrew its gaze and left with the other swordspike tigers. Yang Yi took Yun Banqing with him as he dashed forward all along the way. Now, he finally knew why Sword God Island was dangerous. It was because one couldn't scan the surroundings with divine sense, and there were numerous demon beasts on the island, so one might run into the lair of demon beasts at any moment. The speed of ordinary humans would definitely be incapable of outrunning demon beasts that had 4 legs. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing asked, "You really intend to subdue them?" Yang Yi nodded. He really did have such intentions, but he knew that it was quite difficult. Demon beasts were proud, and he was very clearly aware that it was difficult to make them submit to humans. Yun Banqing suddenly said, "I have a way." Yang Yi gazed at her. "How?" She replied, "Do you know why there are demon beasts on the island?" Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yun Banqing explained, "The demon beasts on the island were actually raised by Sword God's palace." "Why?" "Most of them were raised to temper the disciples of Sword God's palace, but some are the guardian demon beasts of the Sword God's palace. However, there were very few demon beasts all those years ago, and the reason they've become so numerous and strong is because of Sword God's palace's destruction. No one is there to manage them, and that's why they've been multiplying without restraint and fighting each other. Under such circumstances, they grew more and more numerous, and they grew stronger and stronger. Yang Yi gazed at her to signal that she should continue. Yun Banqing continued, if you want to subdue them, then you must obtain the symbol of the Sword God's palace's master, the Sword God seal. They recognize the Sword God seal. If you obtain it, then you won't just be able to subdue the Swordspike tigers. Even the other demon beasts throughout the island will obey your command. The Sword God seal. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. It was one of the objectives he had on this trip to the ruins of Sword God's palace. It could enhance sword intent and sword energy, and it even had a formidable formation within it. It just happened to be suitable for him. Actually, many clans and sects from the Veiled region sent their forces here, and their objective was the Sword God seal as well. However, no one got it. Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, so don't be too hopeful. Yang Yi nodded, and then raised his head and looked forward. There was a towering mountain range in the distance, and they stretched beyond the limits of his vision. There were countless formidable demon beasts hidden there, and if he could subdue them all. Yun Banqing looked towards the distance and said, actually, many haven't even been able to arrive at the ruins and died in this mountain range. If it wasn't for you, I would definitely die in this mountain range as well. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, no matter what, thank you. Yang Yi touched his nose and said, Miss Yun, I'm not someone who likes to beat around the bush. To be honest, I only helped you because we became acquainted earlier, and I wasn't able to just stand by idly and watch you die. However, I have a reason as well. Yun Banqing seemed to have guessed he would say this and wasn't surprised. Go on. Yang Yi said, I've established a small power and lack someone capable in management like Miss Yun. I hope you'll help me. The Sword Alliance was growing larger and larger. Even though Yi Liuyun's ability wasn't bad, there was a limit to it in the end. Moreover, it was truly too tiring for her to do it on her own. Besides that, he was serious about developing the Sword Alliance, and he wasn't just playing. Yun Banqing fell silent. Yang Yi said, it's fine if you refuse. I won't force you. Yun Banqing shook her head slightly. My mother and younger brother are at the Veiled region. Yang Yi said, I'll get your mother and younger brother once we leave this place, all right? Yun Banqing looked up at him and said, you? Yang Yi said, I keep my word. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, thank you. Yang Yi smiled and patted his chest. Snowy emerged from his chest. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as watched Snowy's eyes spin about. She was still cowardly as before, and she immediately hid herself as soon as he got into battle. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, where should we head to now? Snowy blinked, sniffed lightly, and then pointed towards a direction. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and placed it around Yun Banqing's waist, and then he vanished on the spot. They traveled according to the direction Snowy provided them, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a gorge. Snowy pointed at a mountain wall, and Yang Yi was stunned when he looked over. There was a tree there, and it was covered in fist-sized golden fruits. They were very familiar to him, and he'd even eaten those fruits in the past. They were adamantium fruits. Yun Banqing cried out involuntarily, ripe adamantium fruits. Yang Yi nodded while a trace of excitement arose in his eyes. These adamantium fruits were much larger than the adamantium fruits which he'd eaten in the past. Moreover, there were over 300 on the free, over 300 ripe adamantium fruits. Yang Yi was about to take them when his expression suddenly changed. He turned to look towards the distance, and an old man in a luxurious robe had suddenly appeared there. An emperor. Yun Banqing glanced at the old man and didn't speak. After witnessing the strength Yang Yi possessed, not to mention a single emperor, she wouldn't be afraid even if there were 3 emperors there. The old man paid no attention to Yang Yi. He looked up at the tree and said, adamantium fruits. Awesome. I'll get at least a few tens of thousands of violet crystals by selling them to the oceanic demon beast clans. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, I saw both of you on the shuttle. I never expected you to survive before them. Looks like you have some strength. He pointed at the tree and said, everyone who sees a treasure should be entitled to a share of it. So how about we share it equally? However, Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. Strength is the only respected standard. All of these belong to you. Senior. I dare not ask for any. Right? All of them belong to you. Feel free to take them. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, You're quite sensible. Then I'll let you live. Thank you, Senior. Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi grabbed Yun Banqing's hand and moved backwards. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he didn't hesitate to flash towards the tree. Yang Yi didn't launch a surprise attack against the old man. He just took Yun Banqing in his arm, turned around and ran. After he arrived over 1 kilometer away, a shrill and miserable cry resounded abruptly from behind him. It was the old man's voice. Yun Banqing gazed at Yang Yi, but she noticed that he had an extremely solemn expression on his face. Her heart shook at the sight of that, and she turned around to look behind him. Her face instantly turned ghastly pale, and she wrapped her arms tightly around Yang Yi. As for Snowy, she fainted from her fear. Yang Yi ran as he struck his chest and said, Xiong Qi, get out here right now. Help me. Chapter 1234, I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 1234, I'll fight you to the death. The ground was trembling. Yang Yi had increased his speed to its limits, and he wished for nothing more than to have 2 more legs. Behind them was a huge ape that was like a mountain. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing were like 2 ants before it. At this moment, it was pursuing them. Even though its figure was huge, its speed wasn't slow at all. Every single step it took caused the ground to tremble before it. Of course, most importantly, the huge ape was at the Voider Realm, a Voider Realm demon beast. Cold sweat was streaming down Yang Yi. A Voider Realm demon beast was definitely much stronger than a human Voider. Not to mention that he couldn't utilize a sword right now. He may not be able to defeat the huge ape even if he could use a sword. Actually, he'd felt that something was off since he arrived at the gorge. Because a treasure like the adamantium fruit was absolutely not something that any demon beast could refuse. However, there was no demon beast guarding it. That was very unusual. So, that was why he decisively chose to give up when he saw that old man at the Emperor Realm. Right when the old man shot towards the tree, a feeling of danger suddenly swept through Yang Ye's body. So, he didn't hesitate at all to decisively choose to turn around and flee. At the instant he fled out of the gorge, the ground throughout the gorge had started to tremble. That wasn't the ground at all. It was a huge ape lying there. But it had been lying there for so long that it was covered in a thick layer of dirt, rocks, and weeds, causing it to seem like the ground. No matter how brave Yang Yi was, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about how he'd actually been standing on a Voider Realm demon beast. Suddenly, Yun Banqing cried out involuntarily, It's growing smaller. Yang Ye's expression changed when he heard her. Even though the huge ape was very swift, its speed was limited by its size. But if it grew smaller, then its speed would definitely improve greatly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended upon them. Yun Banqing's face was instantly covered in an expression of pain while Yang Ye's speed slowed down. Bang! Yang Yi slammed his right fist against the ground, and an imposing aura shot up into the air. However, it hadn't even persisted for 3 breaths of time before the huge ape's aura shattered it. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Ye's eyes as he sent a voice transmission to Yun Banqing. Miss Yun, I'll keep that fellow busy. You go pull out its adamantium fruit tree. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yun Banqing to reply and immediately grabbed her by the waist before tossing her to the left. It didn't take long for her to vanish from the limits of his field of vision. Once Yun Banqing vanished, Yang Yi stopped moving. As soon as he did that, a black fist appeared behind him. It hadn't even come close to him when the powerful aura it carried obliterated the forest behind him. Yang Yi turned around swiftly and slammed his fist forward. Crack! Yang Ye's entire arm warped while his figure was blasted away. In the end, he slammed heavily into the ground. But it didn't take long for him to stand back up, and his face became unsightly when he saw his completely warped arm. If the heavens gave him a chance, he would take back what he told Yun Banqing just now. Keep this fellow busy? He couldn't do that. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the huge ape was just a few times larger than a human now. It was completely pitch black, has fist-sized eyes, and a pair of huge and long arms. Especially the muscles on its chest. They were like two hills and were filled with a feeling of explosive force. The aura coming from the black ape was horrifying. Yang Yi stretched his warped arm while the violet energy within him surged towards it, and then he gazed at the black ape. I think that this is a misunderstanding. We can sit down and talk about it. Don't you? Suddenly, it leaped forward and slammed its fist at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare to go head-on against that fellow with just his fists. He flipped his left hand, and a blood-red shield appeared in his grasp, and then he raised it against the black ape's fist. Bang! The space around the point of collision shook violently. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, who was standing behind the shield, spat out a mouthful of blood while his figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. Even though Yang Yi had been blasted away, a trace of surprise arose in the black ape's eyes. As far as it was concerned, it was truly unusual for a human to be able to resist 2 punches from it. After all, the Emperor from before hadn't even been able to resist a single punch from it before being completely crushed. But this fellow's cultivation was much inferior to the Emperor from before. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked at his left arm. At this moment, his entire arm was numb, and he couldn't feel it at all. Now, he knew the gap between his physical body and the body of a Voider Realm demon beast. Yang Yi looked up at the black ape. How should I fight such a battle? I can't. He could give it a try if he could use his sword, but the problem was that he couldn't. If he used his sword, then it might summon an existence that was even more terrifying than the black ape. At that time, he would truly be finished. Flee? He wanted to, but he had to buy time for Yun Banqing. Since he couldn't flee, he could only fight. Yang Yi glanced at his right hand. It had returned to normal now. He flipped his right palm, and the Emperor rank fan appeared in his grasp. He waved it through the air, and it stretched open before a beam of white light shot out from it. The black ape didn't try to dodge, and just allowed the beam of light to strike its chest. Bang! The beam of light vanished, and the black ape remained completely unharmed. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly leaped forward and shot at Yang Yi like a cannonball. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he flicked a drop of blood essence into the blood-red shield. A ray of dazzling blood-red light instantly erupted from the shield, and it didn't take long for a blood-red barrier to appear around the shield. Yang Yi bit his teeth, stomped his right foot against the ground, and slammed the shield at the black ape. The black ape swung its fist forward in midair and struck Yang Yi's shield. Bang! An explosion resounded through the surroundings. The blood-red barrier on the shield shattered in an instant, and then Yang Yi was blasted away with his shield. This time, the black ape didn't stop, and it shot at Yang Yi before slamming its fist at Yang Yi again. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw the black ape charge over. He put the folding fan away before clenching his fist tightly, and then the space around him instantly started to crack apart. A moment later, Yang Yi swung his fist at the black ape's fist. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again, but this time, the black ape was pushed around 30 m back as well. Once his figure stopped flying backward, Yang Yi felt that his entire body was in bad shape. His entire body was numb, and he even felt slightly dizzy. It was especially so for his arm because he couldn't feel it right now. He looked up at the black ape. Even my strength at its brink isn't able to harm that fellow? How am I to fight him? Meanwhile, the black ape glanced at its own fist. This time, it wasn't surprise that appeared in its eyes, it was slight shock, because a human had actually exchanged a blow with it while using physical strength and had even pushed it back. That was the biggest insult to it. So, when it looked up at Yang Yi again, there was a trace of curiosity and ferocity in its eyes. Their gazes collided, and then Yang Yi suddenly howled with fury. I'll fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground while his figure shot forward like a cannonball. Once he arrived in the air above the black ape, a ray of blood-red light suddenly surged out from within him. Void rank slaughter intent. As soon as his void rank slaughter intent surged out, Yang Yi immediately started to condense it. In an instant, A terrifying wave of pressure knocked the black ape almost 100 m back. It didn't take long for an invisible wave of force to press down upon the black ape. The black ape's eyes narrowed slightly. It didn't move away, and it just clenched its fist slowly before slamming it forward. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept out from the area before the black ape, and the black ape was pushed back repeatedly by it. However, just a moment passed before it slammed its fist forward again, and then the wave of energy before it was instantly obliterated. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. That fellow is really invincible. Both my physical strength and void rank slaughter intent at the brink can't harm it. How am I to fight it? The black ape was about to attack again, but it suddenly turned to look towards the distance, and then a vicious expression flashed through its eyes. It suddenly roared with fury, turned around, and charged off into the distance. Yun Banqing succeeded. Yang Yi was delighted by the sight of this, and then his heart constricted when he saw the black ape turn around and run off. He had to buy time for Yun Banqing to flee. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to charge at the black ape, and he even shouted as he pursued it, "You're running since you can't defeat me? I look down on you. Come on, let's exchange another 300 blows." Yang Ye's full speed was slightly superior to the black ape, so it didn't take long for him to catch up. After that, he clenched his fist tightly and slammed it at the black ape's head. Meanwhile, the black ape stopped, turned around, and swung its fist at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he hurriedly pulled his fist back. After that, he held the blood-red shield with both hands and raised it against the black ape's fist. Bang! The blood-red shield trembled violently while Yang Yi was blasted away again. But the black ape paid no attention to Yang Yi, and it just turned around and ran. But at this moment, Yang Yi charged once more in its direction. Just like that, the man and beast fought as they ran, and it didn't take long for them to return to that gorge. But at this moment, the adamantium fruit tree on the mountain wall was gone. The black ape was stunned by the sight of this, and it didn't take long for killing intent and a vicious aura to surge out from it. Roar! It roared furiously into the sky, and its roar swept far and wide. Even the mountains and the surroundings collapsed before the sound of its roar. Yang Yi gulped. He was about to charge forward, but he started to retreat instead. Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly gazed at him. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched while he said, Air. I'll let you win today. Let's fight again another day." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and fled. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.